Hi guys. All right. What's up? We made it here eventually. I literally I changed the time of this. I pushed this all signs back approximately 12 times. But we're here. So yeah, I really appreciate you guys being here. Hold on one second here. Let me just make sure that yeah, okay. So yeah, we're going to do an all signs reading. And we're just going to look at some general-ish messages. I mean, I don't think the messages will be general, but I'm not looking specifically at relationships, although they usually do come up in these readings anyways. But I'm basically just feeling called to look at what your current personal energy is, where your focus is at, what is challenging you, or what lesson are you learning. Kind of get some context by looking at what happened in the recent past, what's coming for you in the near future, and some advice and that kind of thing. So we'll just see what comes up. We'll see what Spirit wants to talk about. This is what I felt guided to do for the reading. So we'll see why that was the case. But I hope you guys are all doing really well and surviving the Scorpio season. Hey. Davian, how's it going? So, yes, anything else that I need to say? We're going to go all the way from Aries down to Pisces as per usual. You'll be able to tell where we're at if you're here during the live stream by these little gifs up here in the right-hand corner of your screen. So check that out if you're wondering, which sign we're on. And I don't read for a particular placement specifically either, so you can just watch whatever energy in your chart you are resonating with strongly, okay? You can watch your sun, moon, rising, your Venus. If you have something that's being transited heavily right now that is making it more active or more prominent energy in your chart, then you just do you, darling. You know how it goes on this channel anyways, and your intuition always trumps. So just follow what your gut is telling you to do, okay? And yeah, any info you might need is in the info box below, most likely. After the stream, there will be timestamps, so you can just skip right to wherever you want to be. And that will be in the pinned comment and the info box also. You can join our Discord server if you would like. It's free to join. The link for that is down below, along with my other socials and how to book me for a private reading and all those good things, okay? Okay, so I'm just gonna take a minute to do a quick little cleanse with my friend Paulo here. My little well-used friend here. So I'm just going to take a second basically to just breathe and ground the energy, set a clear intention that only messages for the highest and best good of all will come through, and the messages that are most needed for whoever out there needs them. Okay, so I just want to kind of feel my way through your energy here for a second. Just gonna put this in here so that it can continue cleansing. Okay. How's Scorpio season treating you guys? Happy birthday to all my Scorpios. I'm just writing a couple of Reiki symbols in the energy here. Okay. Feels pretty good. I'm just gonna let this Paulo keep on keeping on. That is a good place for you. Okay. Oh, that looks trippy. Can you guys see that? No, it's like hitting the top of here and like making this really cool thing. Anyways, if you're like me, you could watch smoke for like hours on end. There's something so sorry just flashed my butt at you guys. There's something so like therapeutic. It like puts you in a bit of a trance like state watching smoke. Anyways, okay, let's get into it. Start with Aries. And we're gonna use a mixture of Big Mama, which is the the massive oracle deck that I have made by ordering blank decks and then putting my stuff on them. So we're gonna use that for the oracle deck, and then we'll use tarot as well, obviously. All right, what do I want to use for Aries deck? I think this one. Okay, let's see. What is going on for Aries at this time? What's happening for Aries that it would benefit them to know about? And if you're new or newish, or this is one of your first lives that you're actually catching live, you probably already know, because all of the all signs on my page are like 4 to 7 hours long. But all of my all signs are basically 4 to 7 hours long. So I'm one of those readers that just has to go with her intuitive flow. I have to just let spirit guide me. I honestly don't know how anybody ever does it any other way, but that's just because that's my way, I guess. So yeah, I'm not one of those readers that can be like, 5-minute readings, power through, let's go, let's go, let's go. Like it's boot camp or something, because I can't without being incredibly stressed. So bear with me. If you are live with me, just chill, catch a vibe, we'll hang out. And if you are one of those more impatient leaning people, that's totally fine. But you might want to come back when the live is done and then just use the timestamps, okay? So no one can say they didn't have fair warning. Let's see. What's going on for Aries? What does Aries need to know? Okay. Let's see here. How do I want to lay the cards out? Do we have any Sages in the house? God bless you guys for bringing in that fiery energy. Even as someone with very strong scorpionic energy, by the time we get to the end of the season, I'm begging for some fire. Just give me a spark, please. Pull me through. It's like coming up from the bottom of Mariana's Trench and you're like, I don't know if I got enough air in my lungs to make it to the surface. So just praying, just a hope and a prayer. Okay, 3 more cards. Nothing in the near future. That was honestly a little bit rude. Okay, let me see. Why did you explode literally everywhere? That's what. Okay, I'm not gonna. But it's Scorpio season. That's what she said. Okay, sorry. I just had to get it out. Let's see. Okay, that's more like it. What's going on with this? Note. Okay. One more. Okay. Tequila Sheila. What's up, babes? How are you doing? I hope you're well. All right. Give me a second to grab you an oracle card. And we'll get into this. Roll them back. Okay, clear clarify this energy, please. Okay, one more. Oh, there's still a card down there. That's too many. I just want one more. Just one more, not three. Okay. Scorpio seasony vibes. There we go. All right. Strength in reverse is the card that fell out, or that was hiding under the table that I did not see when I was picking up the other cards. So let's get into this. It's timestamp, yeah. Hi, Aries. I hope that my darling Aries are doing wonderfully and just thriving, getting ready to move into another fire season. I'm sure that you will be more than ready, although you usually do okay in Scorpio season. It usually, I feel like, lights a fire under your ass due to that shared rulership of Mars. Okay, so your current experience or your personal energy at this time is coming through as the Three of Swords, sorrow. So I am not sure what that's about. We're going to clarify, obviously, as we go and get more information. It's clarified by these two oracle cards that came out. So the top one is obviously a Capricorn card. And then there's this quote that says, transmute all poisons to nectars. Very scorpionic energy with the transmutation and the poison. So you know what I feel like you're doing? You are mastering the art of healing, it feels like, if that's even possible. Or you're learning how to go with the flow. Or you're learning your own personal... it's like you're mastering your own personal process, maybe, of healing and of transmuting, of working through things that maybe trigger you and turning them around into something that is actually able to serve you with this nectar energy. With the Capricorn card, there is something about it being very, it's like well thought out, well executed, that kind of thing. See when I'm shuffling, or are you too high up? Okay. Let's get some more information here on this Three of Swords, sorrow. So there is something that it's telling me that you are experiencing, and don't take these messages if they're not yours, okay? So if the message doesn't resonate, that's totally normal for a general reading, and you can just catch the next one, check your other placements, that kind of thing. Don't worry about it. Don't take it personally, please. And don't take on the narrative of a story that you feel isn't yours, because that wouldn't be positive for you, right? It would just probably confuse you. So let's see. What is up with this Three of Swords, sorrow? Why is this Aries current energy personally? There's something changing in the way that you think about pain, though. How you actually perceive it. Yeah. The King of Cups in reverse, control. And then there's the Two of Cups, union, at the bottom of the deck here. I think that there's a connection that's challenging you in some way. It's challenging because you don't feel like it's something that you can dictate or control. It's something that maybe it's this new connection, this very deep connection that is actually shifting the way that you think about pain, or the way that you process things that would trigger you normally or cause you pain normally, or have, like, historically speaking, done so. Can you tell me more about why the Three of Swords is here, though? Like, what caused the Three of Swords initially that Aries is kind of working through or looking at? Or is this just kind of like a generalized thing? I'm kind of getting that this isn't one specific source of pain. I really am getting that Scorpio season has just asked you to look at Six of Wands, success in reverse, the star, exactly. You're healing something from the past, but you're learning how to heal in a softer way, I feel like. Whereas in the past, you may have just given in to being consumed by the poison. You might have like twisted the knives in your own heart a little bit just to feel alive, you know, just to flex that masochism muscle a little bit, which we all do from time to time, at least anyone with Scorpio in their chart. But there's some healing that you're doing here, and you're learning how to process and perceive pain and healing in a different way, I feel like. And because of this shift in your perspective, it's like you've refined the process to something that's a lot more helpful and something that's a lot more supportive. And I feel like you're not alone in this. Like someone, a partner is helping you grow in this area. And it's very healing. But there is an element of it that is a bit triggering because you're revisiting the past and you're kind of going deep into the things that didn't make you fulfilled. But I feel as though it's so that you can be more successful moving forwards. It's like understanding really well what didn't work and why, then refining your process of kind of working through that pain and releasing it so that it doesn't weigh on you, so that you can actually transmute the poison of what is left from those painful situations into power for yourself. So it looks to me like you're learning a more empowering way of facing pain and healing it, or just approaching the entire healing process, really. So it looks like Scorpio season taught you a couple things that are going to be very useful for you. Your primary focus is the Two of Wands, planning in reverse. So you're committed to a path. Oh, I caught those cards like a freaking ninja. Nobody saw, but it happened. Okay, the Two of Wands, planning in reverse. You're committed to a path forwards, but you're trying not to overdo it, is what I'm feeling. And by overdo it, I mean essentially overthink it is what I'm primarily getting. I think that in the past, like there is something here about control for you, and you only feeling, or you having a misconception that being in control, or there's something about control and power dynamics within relationships that I feel like you're trying to release. And I think it's because you're moving forwards with something new. Tell me more about that. Two of Wands in reverse. The Seven of Swords, deception. I think you're realizing that it is literally well, what's the Seven of Swords? What is the deception? I was going to say I think you're realizing that it's actually an illusion to feel in control in that way, because really, especially when you're moving forwards in a relationship with someone else, any planning is kind of just like, any planning that you do is, there's always going to be an element of it that is somewhat up in the air or unknown, right? It's almost like, it's good to plan, obviously, sometimes, but when we over plan, I think it gives us like a false sense of security at times, because really anything could change. Like another person in a connection is always a wild card, not because they're a bad person or because they're inconsistent even, but just because every human has their own free will and they could change their mind, right? Not saying that they will, but just to say that a level of planning to organize ourselves and to have kind of a strategy moving forwards that is helpful is good and beneficial, but I think it's a little bit deceiving when we try to like plan. Like when people are like, this is my 10-year plan. I'm like, do you understand that the only constant is change? And I think it's great to have that. And those people are freaking go-getters. But anytime that I have tried to do something like that, Spirit has been like, ha 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 ha. That's cute. You think that, yeah, that's cute. And then like everything changes. So I'm not saying that they never work out, but I think that there's like an element where we think that we have more control than we do. Yeah. The lesson that you're learning, or the challenge for you, is the Knight of Wands instigation in reverse. Tell me more. So the Knight of Wands in reverse can be a little bit of a wild one. Tell me more about this, though, because with the instigation on this one particularly, the Five of Swords, defeat. Okay, there's something here. You might have very strong air or Virgo in your chart, like something mercurial, mercurially ruled. So either Gemini or Virgo. Or else the other signs, the other air signs, are Libra and Aquarius. So you could have any of those strongly in your chart. But I'm just seeing a theme here where there's something about you get very much in your head and you can be very self-defeating to the point that you actually don't make moves. You actually don't end up moving forwards or even looking forwards. So maybe like this planning way ahead thing is not really the problem for you. It's just actually picking the path and totally being committed to it in a way. But I'm seeing that if you ever get in your way, it does have to do with your own mind. So I think this is why you're going to kind of the root here of this issue, and you're changing the way, again, that you choose to think about and then handle pain by extension. But I think it's because you want to be more empowered over your energy, and there's a move that you want to make and you don't want to get in your own way, is what it feels like. It's like you don't want to miss an opportunity, so you know that you need to address something that has made you get in your own way in the past, maybe. And this is something that you're aware of. So props to you, Aries, because you're going right to the source of it, and you're like, let me look at this thing. Let me handle this. And I think that if you have a partner or someone in your life that is loving, that Two of Cups doesn't have to be like a lover or a love connection. It can be anyone that you feel is a really strong like reflection or connection to you, where they just kind of seem to get you. You're kind of like made of the same stuff, so to speak, kindred spirits, or just things just naturally seem to be understood between the two of you without a lot of over explaining. And the Two of Cups is a very supportive energy. It's kind of like we scratch each other's back. We're a team. We can anticipate each other's needs, and we want to meet each other's needs to the best of our ability. Okay, so in the recent past and the near future, you have the King of Pentacles, power, in the recent past, and the Ten of Swords, despair, in the near future. Why? Why? Okay, what's the King of Pentacles, power, in the recent past? The Ace of Cups, love. All right. This is definitely you choosing yourself here. And deciding that you're going to choose love because it's something that you want and deserve. I think this is the thought that led up to what you're in now. This was like the realization, like if I really want to be more grounded and more in my power, then I have to admit what I want. What I want is the Ace of Cups, whether you admitted that about someone in particular or you were just like, I'm ready to let love in. And I know that I can't really do it when I'm approaching things like this, because this is just not getting me anywhere, you know? It's very stuck energy. So I think that where the power in the past actually came from was just in an admission to your desire for something. And your decision that you would do something, tackle a challenge that you know that you have, that you would look at something that might be hard to look at in order to get to where you want to be. So what's this Ten of Swords with despair in the near future then? What is it? The Five of Pentacles, destitution in reverse, and the Four of Swords, rest. Okay, well, I like this. Again, you're letting go of again, you're letting go of control. The way that flipped out and spun around and did its little dance. And it's emotionally, you're letting the walls around your heart down. It's like you're letting go of emotional control, the need to harness your heart and like keep it in a box, keep it locked down because it feels, yeah, exactly. Keep it from moving. Hold on to the energy and repress the energy of your heart, essentially, because you know that that didn't bring you success. It got in your way. It's almost like you're realizing that you haven't fully, and this is pretty big for Aries, being cardinal fire. You guys have this conviction and this very strong passion that really does guide you. And it's kind of instinctual. It's something I feel that you really feel like in your spirit, in your heart. You just know when something is for you or when you feel like you want something and you're really meant to put your whole self into it. And you generally are all in and don't really hesitate no matter what that is when you're pursuing it. And that's kind of what I see you doing with this healing. I feel like you're pursuing this healing kind of all in. Because in the near future, you are being brave. That's what I get from this. And it's because you see the end goal. Again, because you understand. This is reminding me of a meme I saw the other day, and it was like, hitting rock bottom because I understand alchemy. And that's what this feels like. In order to transmute the poison, you have to look at the poison. You have to be in the poison, right? This is the poison for you, this despair. It's what you've been holding on to. It's this sense of kind of like ruin and being in your head and being unable to think about something that hurt you in a more productive way. So this could be like you've been stuck on like, I can't get over the betrayal. I can't get over the deception. I can't get over how they did me like that, you know? But the thing is, that doesn't hurt the other person who already took something from you, who already hurt you. It just continues to hurt you more and keep you in that space, right? So I think that you were like, no more of that. I am Aries. I'm a warrior. Hear me roar. I'm going to tackle this thing. And I'm just getting such an energy of empowerment and bravery from this, honestly. But I see you, because you know that you want to come in from the cold, so to speak. You want to not be in your head in a way that creates negative self-fulfilling prophecies. You don't want to continue carrying this energy within you. So it's like you're holding space for this to exist. And I feel like in the near future, you are really looking right at it. Like you are facing it. And it's because you want to deal with it. It's because you want to move beyond it. And I think that's really positive because there is no other way. The only way out is through. There's no shortcut. So it's either you continue carrying the thing or you do the uncomfortable act of just kind of sitting with it, letting it shift the energy. Because see, you sit with it. It's uncomfortable at first. But then slowly but surely you feel your energy lifting and moving into a space of like rest and peace and relaxation here. It's like your mind is finally able to settle back into a space of peace that I feel like you maybe have been missing for some time. And it's like the sweet spot for you because the Four of Swords, right? It comes between, obviously, the three and the 5 of Swords. Tarot math. But this, like we said, is kind of head fucking yourself. And this is ruminating on pain or just not being able to get out of your head because the pain is very fresh or happening currently. But the 4 of Swords is this energy of, I can breathe. I can rest. My mind does not need to be going over this every second of every day. You know, I can sit with it in a peaceful, graceful, kind of sovereign energy, knowing that the main pain has already passed, right? What's up, Jamie? How's it going? You're new. Nice to have you here. I appreciate you being here. But that's what I see, and I think it's really awesome. I see you just kind of, the thing is, I don't even see you like, I have to work myself up to doing this. You just kind of decide, okay, I gotta face this thing because there's something here that's on the line that is important enough to me to tackle this challenge. It's that 2 of Cups energy. You want to be, it's like you want your heart to be empowered. That's like the goal. And you decided that in the recent past. And it's because you want to fully offer it, I think, to whatever is helping you heal in the present, which is beautiful. Anytime you find a connection with someone that, and it's not that it won't trigger you, but there are connections that trigger you when you're ready in a non-toxic way. And by trigger, I just kind of mean that they draw your attention. Yeah. Hi, baby. Hi, bestie. They draw your attention. There's triggering in a toxic way, and then there's triggering through like someone being a very clear reflection of you back at you. So just showing you places where, hey, you could do this. You could improve in this area if you chose to, because maybe the way you're currently doing something doesn't really leave space for our relationship to evolve in a healthy way. Or maybe you have an old habit that is actually harming the relationship or hurting the other person. Right? And so then in that case, it's like you almost become a warrior on the battlefield of love, and you're like, you know, love can make us very bold. Love can make us very brave. And so that's kind of the energy that I'm getting. It's like you've been inspired, you've been motivated by love, and you're like, that is your inspiration and motivation with this Ace of Cups. It is what kind of gave you the push to really look at something. But the peace of mind that you're getting from doing this is beautiful. So, okay. So what your higher self wants you to take note of at this time is the High Priestess in reverse, and then your advice is the Ace of Pentacles, Wealth in reverse. What's this High Priestess in reverse about? Yeah, the Page of Cups, Dreams, and the Hierophant. Okay. What I'm getting from this is like, spill your guts, Aries. Now's the time. Open a vein and bleed, baby. Let it all out, because there's something here that there's a big dream that you have. It could be like marrying this person that you're with. Like you could really see a future with them, some deep commitment. You have some sort of dream or fantasy here, but it's rooted in something solid. It's like a solid or practical goal. And the High Priestess in reverse is not coming through as having an intuitive blind spot. It's coming through as revealing the things that you have kept under wraps or kept secret, so to speak. It's like, now is not the time to hold back. Now is not the time to be coy. Now is not the time to make someone wonder how you really feel about them. Now is the time to validate your feelings and to pour into something and to experience love in a different kind of way, more of a free-flowing way, I feel like, more of a liberated way, like we said. So what's this Ace of Pentacles in reverse for Aries advice then? It's almost saying focus on love rather than wealth, because love will, through transmuting the pain and the barriers that you have within you right now, love will like dissolve all of that, I feel like. And it will push you forwards more than like chasing the bag at this time. Sometimes we think we have to do more to achieve, but really sometimes it's about just shifting what we are focusing on or amplifying a different energy than the one we currently are. Or even just it's about releasing the blockages and dealing with whatever might be still within us that is not allowing for new things to flow in, right? So I see this as kind of being like, you don't have to do more. You don't have to stress yourself out about this. It's like this love that you are investing in that is helping you heal right now is meant to be your primary focus, because it's going to lead you to the success in other areas of your life, I think. And it's because it's opening you up. You're becoming more receptive. So then because you're making yourself more in that receptive energy, you're softening yourself. That's not just so that more love can come in. That's like you're opening yourself up so that anything good can come in, right? You're freeing up that space essentially. So I see this being really positive, Aries. I love it. Okay. We're going to move on to Taurus. But we love to see it. We love the liberation of love here. We love love. All right. Let's see what's going on. For Taurus, where are my bowls at? Go Bulls. This one. Taurus, you guys are going to be feeling this full moon that's coming up in your sign. You've probably been feeling Scorpio season rather intensely as well. Who let the bulls out? Who? I still remember when that music video came out, and it was hilarious. I don't know, such a 90s thing. Just like as 90s as you can get. I miss the 90s. Simpler times. Let's see. What does Taurus need to know, Spirit? What can you tell Taurus about their current experience? I need to move my tea because it's not allowing me the space needed. You miss being a teen in the 90s. Yeah, me too. It was like, what's social media? I go to the mall with my friends and my flip phone, my Crazer, my hot pink Crazer. Go to HMV and get a new CD for my collection. You guys, I was born in 88. I'm old-ish. Okay. Let's go with wise. We'll say wise instead of old. How about? What's up for Taurus? Okay. Well, you're doing your Taurus thing, it looks like. You didn't have a cell phone? I got one when I was like 16. Why do they keep on? New deck, new energy, same old explosion. Hello, Spirit. I don't know if there's like some sort of kind of volatile energy happening at this time, but guys, I would love it if you could bear with me because apparently every deck is just gonna explode all over the floor. Okay. Okay, I'll say this once I actually get the cards down and timestamp for you. What is the challenge or lesson for Taurus? You could be dealing with an Aries or have Aries in your chart. Yes, you could. Okay. One oracle card. Oracle card for Taurus. Okay. Obsidian, what's up? Sonic and Knuckles, I love that. A classic, a true classic. Well, I'm glad you're here. I feel honored to be the background noise in your Sonic time. All right. Let's see. Donkey Kong was my jam, personally. Sound like Donkey Kong. All right. Hi, Taurus. Okay. Let's see what's going on for you. What wants to be highlighted at this time? So your current experience or your personal energy is coming through as the Seven of Pentacles. And then you got this oracle card here, which has these little stickers on it. The eyes, the star, the cherries, and the lipstick. Yes, Donkey Kong is amazing. Let's see. Okay. I feel as though you guys are you're a strategy games kind of guy. I could see that. That's fair. Tell me about this Seven of Pentacles. It looks like, Taurus, you are investing either in yourself, like you're paying extra attention to taking care of yourself, to making sure that you are shining, that you're feeling good, looking good, that kind of thing. You could be doing this because you're trying to get more attention, and not necessarily in a bad way, but like maybe you want more attention at work so that you can get a promotion, right? Maybe you want more followers or subscribers or something like that. Or you could have someone in your life that you're invested in that you kind of see this way, that is shining, that shines very bright, that is catching your eye. You could be very sexually attracted to this person or physically attracted to this person as well. Tell me about this Seven of Pentacles for Taurus. But you're happily invested in something, kind of a long-term investment with the Seven of Pentacles. It's like you've put enough work in that you've got the ball rolling, and it's, yeah, the Six of Wands, exactly. The Chariot. Victory is basically guaranteed as long as you stay on course here. Because with the Seven of Pentacles, you've planted the seeds, you've tended to them, and then now you are in harvest season. And I see it with this strong-willed energy, this Cancerian energy, which is cardinal water. You're moving quite rapidly towards this success. And it's because you're putting in the work, though. And you're also putting in the work to raise your vibration, I feel like, with this. Some of you are doing like glamour magic. You might want to Google that and look it up if you don't know what that is, and see some sort of examples that might be beneficial for you if you want to just kind of try it out. Okay. So your primary focus at this time is the Five of Wands. So let's find out why that is. The Five of Pentacles. And your challenge is the Five of Swords in reverse. So you have 3 fives here. There's a major shift or change happening for you now. Fae magic? I don't know if Fae magic is really the same. Glamour magic is like, it's more like speaking intentions over like your makeup or your brush or something that you use to take care of yourself physically, essentially. Like, as I use these makeup products or as I do my skincare routine, I am speaking love into myself, or I am putting an energy of magnetism and attractiveness within myself, kind of thing, right? It's like you're using them as tools, and then once you've set that intention, then every time you use that tool, the idea is that it just reinforces that. So that's kind of like a very basic description of what glamour magic is. There's a lot that it can entail. Five of Wands, Five of Pentacles, 10 of Pentacles, Queen of Cups. Okay, you got big dreams, but you're feeling a little stuck. Page of Cups in reverse. So it's like you've got the unconditional love, and you've got the big goal, the big dream, the big vision. So why your primary focus is the Five of Wands then is because there is something that is creating conflict or challenging the direction that you want to move in. You're looking at where you put yourself out in the cold by creating conflict internally, I think, at times, that makes things more difficult than they need to be, or it keeps you from, it might keep you more in your head and less in an emotionally expressive place. And you want to move forwards emotionally very much. So with that Chariot and the Queen of Cups, there's something here that you have love for and you want to continue having love for and investing love into. It's similar to Aries, but a little bit different. So you might want to check that out again if there's any connection to Aries with you, either in your chart or in someone else's. But I'm seeing that the Page of Cups in reverse, it's like you have all the love, but you're not as comfortable with expressing it, with speaking it out loud, with... It's kind of like the intimate part of love, the intimacy element of love. Feeling the emotions and holding the emotions is not your issue. It's, I think, how you get in your head, because this is the challenge or lesson, right, is getting out of this energy. And the Five of Swords is kind of an energy where no one really wins, because you get in your head and you kind of ruminate and turn something around so many times in your head, in your hands, that it gets convoluted, it gets distorted. You forget, where you started. And it's like, what was I even asking myself again? By the time you kind of get done going around in your mind, you've lost the plot a little bit, right? And it can also create cognitive dissonance within you, which is where like your actions and your belief systems, your current belief systems, aren't really meshing, and it's because either your actions or your belief systems, one of them wants to shift and change. So usually there's like a chasm between until you realign them again when that happens. And for you, I think that you used to have a belief about, there's something about not freely expressing love. Let's see what comes out about that. What's the Five of Swords in reverse in this challenge or lesson? The Fae use magic to create glamour illusion. Ooh. Yeah, this is a little different. This is like actually speaking it into yourself, and it's not an illusion really. It's like, it's more so you change the way that you see yourself, and then the energy that you push out by extension, and then the way that people perceive you by extension kind of thing. The Six of Pentacles. Yeah. You want to give more to something because you are trying to look to the future. But I'm hearing who's that by? Motion City soundtrack, The Future Freaks Me Out. That's a song that I'm channeling. The future freaks me out. The Nine of Swords at the bottom of the deck, the Seven of Cups in reverse. It's like making an empowered decision to be all in, and all in, not just in like, I'm taking steps in that direction, but all in, like there's no conflict in my head, there's no conflict in my heart, there's no conflict in the action that I'm taking, and there's no conflict in my spirit. I am settled, I'm at peace. I know my motivation, my intent, that's clear, so I know what is motivating and pushing me forwards. I know what I desire to get out of this, in the broader sense, like how I want to feel. I want to feel seen. I want to feel supported. I want to feel successful. Those types of things. And so in order to get more, you know that you kind of have to give. And it's not necessarily giving more of yourself. It's just giving in a different way. More openly, more intimately is what that feels like. But it has everything to do with addressing the distortions and like the places that resistance is being created, especially in your mind. But then that resistance within your head and not being completely settled, even though maybe you have made a choice. If you keep on questioning the choice within your head after making it, right? Then that seed of doubt can be incredibly insidious, and it can really be quite self-destructive and even self-sabotagey. So I think that that's what you're realizing, and you're trying to kind of face that head on is what this looks like. Okay, so the recent past, you have the Two of Pentacles in reverse, near future, Nine of Wands in reverse. So here's this choice that you made in the recent past with the Two of Pentacles, and you started actively moving in that direction. Yeah. There's something about you spoke what had been unspoken. You made something clear that had maybe been a little bit vague or up in the air. Yeah. There's a big contrast here. The way that you're trying to move now from the way that things were or have been. Something is definitely shifting, because I feel like in the past, you were actively making choices that were making your life harder. And I'm not saying you saw that, like you were like, this is going to make my life more challenging. Let's go do it. I think that you were actively and consciously making decisions, but I don't think you were seeing that you were picking the Ten of Wands over the Ten of Pentacles. So there's some sort of heaviness that you were perpetuating within you, and it was through physical choices that you were making on how to handle situations, or even how to make decisions about what you should pursue and what you shouldn't. There's something about that that's shifting though, because you realize that it wasn't making you happy. And again, it's very much tied to this lack of hope, lack of faith. If there's a seed of faith at the beginning of what you're leaping into, it can be very hard to manifest it, because it's almost like the ship's got a hole in the bottom of it at the beginning of the voyage, you know? So there's a weak link, or there's a leaky ship or something here, and you're realizing it. Tell me about the Nine of Wands in reverse. I feel like there are obstacles being removed, cleared out of your way here in the near future. That's what I'm getting. Some of you want to work with like Ganesh or Ganesha, or maybe Kali, or I don't know. There's a lot of deities or entities that can be quite helpful in clearing. Tell me about this. Nine of Wands in reverse. You know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing you assume that the way is clear moving forwards. And I don't actually think that that's a bad thing, because I'm looking at it in contrast to the past. And in the past, you kind of were decided with this lack of hope that things had to be hard, right? That's what it was. That's how you were making choices that were bringing heaviness into your life. You were almost deciding from the get-go, by expecting something to be hard, that it was going to be, and then like that was how it would always end up, right? So this could have been anything. It could be like every time I go for a goal, I have to really like grind at work, or love always has to be a really big struggle. It always has to feel heavy. It always has to feel like a deep, painful sacrifice or something. And so every time you had that idea going into something, that's how it would end up, because you almost projected that energy onto the situation. So with the Page of Swords in reverse and the Nine of Wands in reverse, I'm seeing, because the Page of Swords in reverse can be like assuming something that you don't know for sure. And what kind of is that connected to? Faith, a little bit, because faith is the belief in things unseen, the belief in things that are not readily available to you to have like proof, you know, that something's going to work out. You kind of have to have faith at some level. And I feel like that's what this is in the near future. You're choosing to have faith that things will be easier. And I see that immediately happening for you, because you're shifting your perspective, and then your reality shifts just like that. And these obstacles start just kind of falling away, dissolving in front of you. This is beautiful. Okay, what your higher self wants you to take note of is the Three of Swords in reverse, and then your advice is the Hierophant in reverse. What's the Three of Swords in reverse? There's going to be a little release, I feel like, of pain, but it's so there can be some confidence that then comes in. Again, it's like wherever you're holding heavier feelings or perceptions here, by addressing them and clearing them out, you're creating like a vacuum for better things to take that space. So you're pulling in ease, you're pulling in confidence, you're pulling in abundance, you're pulling in magnetism and receptivity and all of these things where there was pain and heaviness and density and sort of the assumption that things were going to be hard and they had always been hard. Yeah, you're healing something very deep. The Star. The Queen of Cups. You have made up your mind to love. And I think you're really realizing the power of your mind here, because just focusing your energy on unconditional love, whether that's directed at someone specific or not, or just yourself, you know, or just trying to let more of that energy into your life in general, it brings in this healing energy just on its own. That's what love does. It is just such a healing sort of balm of an energy. And the more that you do this, your higher self is letting you know you're just going to continue to feel more confident. And the way that you look at things that have hurt you in the past is going to shift drastically as well. I think you're going to have more like healthy pride for yourself, surrounding the way that you handled like deeply emotional or painful situations in the past. It's almost coming through as like, instead of being ashamed, once you look at this, you realize that there's no need for that. You handled things to the best of your ability from where you were at and what you had at that time. You know, you just did the best you could do. And you might have made it harder for yourself by assuming that it was going to be really difficult. But even with that element added to the situation, there's something here about you feeling like you can handle anything after you look at this. Feeling really like, I can do anything, you know? Like there's a big boost that you get from this, that your higher self is pointing out. It's in your feminine energy as well. No matter if you're a man or a woman. That's kind of the area I see being strengthened with these two queens. Django, come here. Can't tell if he's just snoring or something. He's in the stairwell, my Rottweiler. And I'm like, that wasn't a bark. If it was a bark, I would know, because the barks are not mistakable for anything else. Yes, we love healthy pride. There are two energies that are very healthy here that are also feeding each other, and it's the wands and the cups as well. So it's like the more that you pour love on these situations, you go to those places where you've been afraid to visit because they make you feel conflicted, they make you feel fucked up in the head, they make you feel like you're in a space of lack and scarcity. Yeah, it did sound like a cough, which was weird. So I've never heard him make that sound before. Maybe he was just like doing one of those like horky things, you know, that dogs do when they're kind of like got something in there. Yeah, it's these two energies, they feed off of each other in a very beneficial way. So it's almost coming through like the more that you go to those places and then you pour love and understanding on those human fires within you. That is how you put those fires out. And then you every time you do that, you're gaining more confidence through you know, feeling capable every time you conquer something. So the more that you work through this, and then that confidence feeds into the love, and so then they kind of cycle and they start feeding and supporting one another. So the Hierophant in reverse, this is your guys' energy here in your advice. What's that about? Hello, Shauna. Whoa. The Lovers in reverse. The King of Wands. Tell me more about this. Ace of Swords in reverse. What is this? There's a lie that you're telling yourself still, or there's some truth that you're not seeing still. And it is lending to this weight that is kind of disempowering you and keeping you back from wealth. Yeah, there's the 9 and 10 of Pentacles, both in reverse. Whatever this untrue idea is here, it is either keeping this weight, this density within you alive, or it is just making everything harder by extension, because you're not seeing something that would allow for things to be easier. But I do see things becoming easier in the near future. But they're just saying that there is something you need to see here. And I think that it has to do with fear. Maybe a fear of doing things differently because you are fixed Earth. There's something here that is not your traditional way of doing things. It involves more love. It involves more magic with the Magician there. It's almost like the truth that you're still not seeing is that it can be easy. I think right now you are looking at the conflict within you, but you're still not really putting 2 and 2 together that commitment and love and giving, it doesn't have to feel like this huge burden. It doesn't have to feel like something that takes from you, and it doesn't have to have an element of fear surrounding it either. In fact, when you do go all in whatever way feels most aligned for you, this is a very, very stabilizing energy. It's kind of like love. Love should make you feel safe, but you almost have to open up the door to let that happen, right? Because how do we gain trust? We kind of have to give people a chance to prove themselves, and then we give them enough of those over time and we get an idea of their character, right? There's not really an easy way to judge someone's character or to be completely certain when you're first meeting someone of what they're going to be like consistently. You have to kind of see them show up consistently. Because overall, humans do what they want to do, right? It's pretty simple. They're quite driven by their actions. Usually, if a human wants to do something, they'll find a way to make it happen one way or another, right? Even if there is fear, even if they have to tear down old, outdated structures. And I think that there is some sort of outdated structure, and it has to do with tradition in some way. You breaking away from something that has traditionally been your way of doing things, but it hasn't really allowed for you to experience love without fear, a love that actually does make you feel safe. The Devil in reverse. Yes. There's a toxic toxic might not be the right word. It's more just restrictive or oppressive is what it's coming through as. And because there's this restrictive energy, right? It almost feels kind of suffocating. And when you're suffocating, you don't necessarily feel safe. You don't necessarily feel like you have a choice. You just kind of feel backed into a corner, and then you're working out of basically fight or flight mode. You're working out of a space of that fear or insecurity. So I just want to quickly look into how specifically the best way is that you can flip that Devil in reverse. Perfect timing with going live. Moon in Pisces conjunct Neptune. Ooh, all my vibes. I knew I kept putting this live off for a reason. My plans kept like shifting, and I was like, I'm pushing it back like another hour. But we're here. We made it. How can Taurus flip the devil on their head here in regards to this outdated structure that is limiting them? Because you want to trade the devil in for the Lovers is what I'm seeing here. And it's really just existing in the same situation or type of situation, but in a completely different way. One of them feels heavy. One of them you feel like you're trapped. One of them could feel, a relationship could feel codependent. It could feel very insecure, or like a toxic attachment. And with the Lovers, it's, again, it's love that makes you feel both free and liberated and seen and, you know, valued and safe all at the same time. Temperance in reverse. Okay, so look if there's anything that is imbalanced that is throwing you off here. Like, is there something that you're doing in excess? Is there something that you are, that you know you need to be doing that you have been slacking on? And if they look at this temperance in reverse, and harmonize whatever that is, what will happen with this Lovers in reverse here? The Four of Cups in reverse, the Tower. Big bang. It's like nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens, something happens. And it's a big thing. It's like an orgasmic thing, an explosive thing. I am getting like orgasmic though, because the Four of Cups is kind of like, you know, like Eeyore, very like subpar existence kind of vibes. Like, I just wake up every day, I do the exact same thing, I don't change anything, and therefore the way that I experience life doesn't change. I'm stuck in a rut. The habits that I am invested in, you know, are not beneficial. I don't know. Yeah, the readings have been like half an hour long in all of my last all signs. But I love you. But that's what I'm seeing. Is you're coming out of this sort of like let down energy when you address whatever this imbalance is. And I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I think it will be different for all of you. So they're not really telling me specifically. They're just saying that there is a clear imbalance. And I think that if you ask for guidance on what that is, it will come to you, because they know that you're doing the work. Spirit knows you're doing the work. Your higher self knows you're doing the work. And what you're invested in is something that could be beautiful and could bring quite a bit of needed change to your life as well. And that's not something to fear. Change that is going to improve your life and your experience of life, right, is not something to fear, even when we're fixed. Sometimes staying in the same stagnant place is the thing that we really should be afraid of, right? Because where there's no growth, usually there's no life. So I think that that is what's going on for you, Taurus, and I like it. It's like you're being motivated by some sort of major goal that you have some sort of emotional conviction that you want to move towards this thing. And I think that that is empowering you. All right. Gemini. Yeah, time isn't real. Time is never real. Especially when I'm channeling. Like, literally, when I tell you that the messages I feel like I only channel for like 5-10 minutes, and then I'm like, it's been half an hour. Okay. But seriously, it never feels like I'm channeling for as long as I am. It just flowing through. All right. Jimmy Jams. Go to sleep. Aw. Go tuck yourself in. All right, Gemini. What do we want to use? I think I want to use this deck for you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. What's that song I'm channeling? This song loves it. What does she say? So give me some time, because I think we're supposed to be. What song is that? I think it's Mallrat, but I can't remember what song by her it is. Let me see. Been channeling a lot of songs lately, and they've been very relevant, so. Okay, so the song is called Groceries. Okay, we'll look at that after I get your cards down and timestamp you. Interesting, though. It's a catchy song, and I'm cold. Fireplace. Are you going to work today? It's been like turning itself off and back on. And I'm like, is my house going to explode? I don't know. What causes that? Let me know if I'm gonna die, guys. Let's see. Gemini. Tell me about Gemini. All right. Fire spirit trying to make contact. I don't know. But I'm like, make contact in a more peaceful way. All right. Why is that? Okay. Page of Pills. Knight of Pills. Okay. Kind of coming through as there's a lot of perspectives that are shifting at this time for people. And I think that they're all shifting to bring us into a more empowered state. Let's get one more card, just an oracle card for Gemini. Okay. Okay. Let me turn the fireplace on, timestamp you, and we're gonna get into it. Okay. We're good. Okay. All right. Timestampage. What is that noise he keeps making? Hi, Gemini. I hope you guys are doing well. Okay. Let's get into what Spirit wants to highlight for you right now and see what's going on. Okay, so your current experience or personal energy is coming up as the Six of Wands in reverse. Oh, there's two cards that were stuck together. Gemini. Okay. This is your current experience. What's that song that's like, okay, yeah, it's like, and I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. That song's coming through. You're like, I'm ready for everything, literally in omnia paratus, you know. What's up, Geminis? I'm glad you're here. Meatloaf, yes. But then you're like, but I won't do that. I won't put myself out on the line to, you know, hold a boombox above my head in the pouring rain and sing you your favorite song and be like, I love you, it's not over. There's something where this is a very boldly vulnerable expression of how someone feels, right? Say anything. But you're like, I'm ready for anything. Oh, I'm ready for anything. But then this card was stuck to the back and fell off when I lifted it up. And you're like, accept that. Accept that. But the thing is that I feel like, what's the Six of Wands in reverse then? Because there's a level of success and recognition that you're not getting here. I think that you are feeling not completely seen or understood. But I feel like what you are not realizing is that is because you're not really sharing the parts that you want to be better understood. Let's see though. Let's clarify and see if that's the case. Tell me about the Six of Wands in reverse. There might be a risk you need to take, Gemini. Usually you're not too intimidated by that. The Six of Wands in reverse, if you know why you're making it. Anyway. The Four of Cups, the Four of Bottles, the Four of Cups, the Sun in reverse, the Two of Cups in reverse. You have decided, or you had decided, I think, that someone was hiding something from you or lied to you. Gemini midheaven and Jupiter retrograding in Gemini. Yeah, Jupiter in Gemini has been a bitch. I mean, it's just been expanding and blowing up all of the things that happen in this area. So depending on how healthy your headspace is, I guess, that has either been hell or good for you. But there is some sort of disappointing situation. You feel like something is going to come to light and that it's like the second, this is what you feel. Okay, it's coming through super clear. You're showing up claiming to be all in and ready for anything, but you still have this belief that the second that you really go all in, because you know that you're not actually all in, a part of you is aware, right, that there's this little asterisk at the end of the contract, but I won't do that, right? I'll do anything, specifically for love, I guess, but I won't do that. That thing you won't do, though, is the source of the disappointment. It's almost like to receive the clear, I don't know if validation is the right word, but to receive the information or action that would really set you at ease here or make you feel more confident. You almost have to set the scene or the energy by showing up the way that you wish the other person to show up, right? To influence the energy. And so there's a part of yourself that you're holding back out of fear. And you're scared that the second that you make yourself vulnerable to the fullest degree, like in this way, where you really tell somebody how you feel, that they're going to reveal something and it's going to like annihilate you. It's like, it's going to be revealed that this isn't really the connection for me. But this is all based on fears that you've kind of decided to assume and invest in the past. But I feel like you're afraid maybe that someone has been indulgent in some sort of way that they haven't been honest with you about. Like, this is a lie, right? And it's almost like you have this idea that someone made a stupid decision or someone opened up to someone else that wasn't you. This could be like emotional cheating or real cheating, that you have like this it doesn't have to be that, but it's something similar to that, right? It's like you had this suspicion, but I feel like the suspicion was coming from a space of personal fear to begin with. And then you kind of fed the suspicion, or you kind of decided, no, like this is what happened, even though maybe you didn't really have all the details. And there's lots of reasons why you could have done that. But I feel like I'm not sure you were completely correct. Let's see. What you're focused on, your primary focus is friend. This is an extra card. There's a friend card and an enemy card in this deck. So you have this one as your primary focus. And then strength is your challenge or the lesson that you're learning. Character, strength of will, the assertion of that will in an energy. Again, with Leo though, with strength, it is like leadership. So it's like you asserting your will in a certain direction, taking a bold leap in a certain direction because you are the leader and you understand how energy works. So you're like, if I do this, then that could influence the energy. It could show this other person that it is okay to also be just as open with me, or that there's nothing to hide or worry about, right? Something like that. What's this friend card that you're focused on? I feel like you're trying to make friends with something or someone. If it's something, then it's like something that's been bothering you within yourself, I feel like, that you're trying to resolve. The moon in reverse. What you don't see. There's something that you feel like you don't see, and you have a very strong sense of this. But I think that it's not what you think it is. I think the assumption part came in where you're like, maybe you're used to things that come up being like, oh, I deceived and betrayed you, you know, like, oh, I cheated on you, oh, I backstabbed you, oh, whatever it is, right? But this is looking to me more like something that wants to be revealed from your past, so that you can move out of this space of it's kind of coming through as a little bit of paranoia. And I don't mean that in it's not, I just mean that in the way that you're kind of ruminating on this fear and perpetuating it until it sort of turns into like an over exaggerated worry, which is essentially paranoia, right? You're trying to make friends with what is seen and what is unseen. What's this strength in the challenge? The Ace of Swords. Interesting. You need to cut out these assumptions that you're making, because they are actually doing a lot of harm. They're not keeping you safe. It's like you think that assuming the worst is going to kind of keep you safe because it's going to stop the worst before it actually happens, but it's actually self-destructing. It's being self-destructive because I don't think that this thing is actually going to blow up or something. Someone's not planning on actually betraying you, right? So you're kind of projecting that and then living in a space of fear and being a little bit more shut down. But this Ace of Swords, there's a knife that's like cutting off the fingers, right? It's like you're cutting yourself. The truth that you're telling yourself with strength is hurting you. It's like it's making it so that there are less ways that you can move to get what you actually want. It's limiting you in a way. It's taking away natural tools that you have within you already that could actually make the situation better or make the situation improve, I feel like. So I feel that there is some sort of truth that you have. There's quite a bit of will behind this truth. That's why it feels very like rooted in there, and it needs to be kind of like pulled out by the root is what I'm feeling. So let's see if there's a way that they are going to recommend that you do that. Nine of Pentacles in reverse. Let me see this. Okay, so in the recent past, you have the Ten of Swords in reverse, and then the Nine of Pentacles in reverse just came out. Can I get one more? Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Two of Pentacles, or Two of Cups in reverse, sorry. Eight of Pentacles. Okay. Okay. So what I'm seeing is that in the past, you were moving from a little bit of an insecure place, but I feel like you were covering it up with moving in a specific way that came off from the outside as being like very confident. But the thing is, there was some sort of healing that you were doing and you were still feeling a lack of confidence because that healing was taking place. So there is a feeling of vulnerability inside of you, I think. You were letting go of this pain, and the Ten of Swords is something pretty heavy to work through. But while you were doing that healing, I think that you were, at some point, you put effort into some sort of connection here that, because you weren't kind of healed or seeing things clearly, you may not have seen this for exactly what it was. This is kind of coming through as investing into someone that didn't end up being exactly what you thought that they were, or there wasn't as much common ground between the two of you as you initially thought. So then I see you kind of taking a little bit of a break, like a little hiatus, because you almost got to the point where you were like, okay, we need to stop so that I can understand, so that I can essentially stop hurting myself in the same way, so that that wound can actually heal instead of just getting aggravated again and again by maybe different situations that are hurting the same thing within you, right? But I see you kind of struggling to really invest, or you took like a bit of time off, it feels like here, to try to really focus on your healing. So I'm seeing that for a little bit in the recent past, you weren't able to completely put all of your energy or focus into like your physical goals, or maybe even taking care of yourself physically the way that you normally would like to. You have death in the near future. What's that about? It's in reverse. Sorry, death in reverse in the near future. What's that? The Three of Wands. The Seven of Wands in reverse. I think that you gain some insight in the near future here on what hasn't been allowing the shift that really needs to take place. There's something that does happen through that awareness that allows you to look at the horizon, like look at the future or look forward to the future without the defensiveness that you've been carrying. Because I think that it kind of comes down to you don't really trust what the future holds because the past has hurt you. And that is something that can kind of always be the case with all of us, right? At some point in our lives, we go through that phase where we're like, I am now jaded. The jaded phase, the jaded era, my villain era, where every new person that you meet, you're like, where's the third party though? Like, where are the secret texts? And the person's just like, I'm sorry, like nothing has even happened. But yeah, the crazy comes out of us always, or all of us at certain points. Can I talk? But here I'm seeing you be able to kind of move forwards, or at least think of the future and what you wish to move towards without that defensiveness. It's like you allow yourself to disarm a little bit. Yeah. Through doing that, you actually close out this cycle that has been creating some conflict in you. And I feel like it's actually been preventing you from manifesting abundance. Because again, when you're defensive, you can't be receptive at the same time, right? Like when you're, don't come any closer, you can't be like, come in, right? So the two are very different energies. So I think you're seeing that the main reason why certain things in your life haven't shifted or evolved the way that you really want them to is because you've been defensive, and maybe you didn't even realize that you were defensive to this degree. But I think you're starting to look forwards to what is to come from, I don't know, it's coming through as more of like an excited or anticipation type of energy. And this is helpful for you. Okay. The message from your higher self, what they want you to take note of is the Star, and your advice is the Fool. Ooh. Okay. Ace of Cups in reverse is clarifying the Star. Tell me more about the Fool. Judgment, there's Pluto, and the Four of Wands, the Chariot. I see you making a judgment call to move forwards into freedom and joy here and not allow the experiences of the past to continue to influence your present moment. That's what I'm seeing. Judgment is about, sometimes it's about laying something to rest so that something else can be reborn, or something better can resurrect itself within us. Right? It can talk about painful transformation, death and rebirth, very scorpionic. But it's more death and rebirth through the action taken based on an internal shift. I feel like that's kind of how it's coming through as differing from the Death card, which is Scorpio. So Pluto is Scorpio's ruler, so these two energies do have some commonalities because of that. And they both are about a little bit of a death and rebirth, but with this one, it's very internal. It's on an emotional and like psychological sort of scale. With Judgment is kind of like the different way you see the world as a result of having shifted internally, right? And then you start acting different because of that. And then the world around you shifts in a kind of crazy way as well. If you make a judgment call to leap out into something new. I see it bringing you a lot of joy with that Four of Wands energy there. So the Ace of Cups in reverse with the Star for what your higher self wants you to take note of. This is what's being healed. It's ultimately a self-love deficiency. In what way? Can you tell me more about that? The Nine of Cups in reverse. It's one of those like, this is why we can't have nice things kind of moments. Yeah, that was the fuckery that was going on in your head. Because the things that you went after in the past, your perspective wasn't clear because you were already insecure due to feeling vulnerable because of the healing and transformation that you were going through, right? And so you kind of continued to make choices, like trying to be, I see you trying to be like, I'm ready for anything. But you kept running up against a wall, or you kept running into like the same struggle, the same demon in different bodies, you know, the same, whatever it was for you. But now it seems like you're addressing that, and how it's okay to not really be ready for anything yet. It's okay to admit, okay, maybe I can just take a second to really look at where I'm at. Is there something that I'm not completely feeling like I'm ready for? Because that's the place that when I bring conscious awareness to it, it will start transforming by itself just from pointing my consciousness at it. And offering it love, like just holding space for whatever that is, that fear that you have, that specific fear or struggle or insecurity, whatever it is, that makes you not feel like you can completely open up and say it with your whole damn chest how you're really feeling. Part of it is because you're afraid that the second you do what looks like your wish fulfillment or what looks like a good thing, is again, it's going to be revealed or something that it's actually the devil, or that it's not what you were perceiving. But that's just a lack of hope, a lack of faith, and a wound that is still healing. That's what's talking here. That's that voice. Hi, Vanessa. Yeah. But it's like every time you got hurt, you were like, and this is why like love isn't for me, or this is why I can't have nice things. This is why I shouldn't go for these things, or this is why I should always enter into them a little bit paranoid or cautious just to make sure. But that's not actually the case, because then you're kind of you're carrying like the outcome of those connections that were misaligned and stemmed out of insecurity. You're carrying them into connections that you want to be different, right? So I feel like you're seeing that, and your higher self is letting you know that this is healing, and it's quite big. Because once you heal this, not to be dramatic or anything, but it's like your wish fulfillment has space to come in then. Once you remove these blocks. Once you stop defending yourself against things that are actually good, things that you don't really need to be afraid of or super cautious of, that's when everything that you've been trying to pull in and frustrated that you couldn't actually pull in just floods in somewhat effortlessly. Okay, so I forgot, but I did also channel this Mallrat song at the beginning of your reading, so I just want to see if it has any relevance. It's called Groceries. And let me see. I just want to get groceries. I pray you want to get close to me. I'll give it some time, but I think we're supposed to be. And if you want to get groceries, if you want to get close to me, give me some sign. I think that we're supposed to be. Wow. Okay, so in the second verse, she says, I wish that I could let it pass. I don't mind you put it last. I made it worse. I put you first. We're laughing like it didn't hurt. There's something in the past again, that you thought was like the thing that you were trying to call in. And I feel like you put it first and they put you last. And there was an imbalance, right? And it's something you haven't been able to let go of. But I think it's like the way that you have not been able to trust yourself since you made those choices. It's like there's this fear that, am I gonna choose something again that I'm not seeing clearly that's just gonna end up hurting me? It's kind of coming through as a lack of faith or trust in yourself. So I think that that's going to be part of your healing journey. But there is someone that you want to kind of be ready for anything with, Gemini, is what this looks like. Someone that you would like to go on an adventure with, go all in on, explore something with. It's almost just like you're addressing the ways that you limit yourself so that you can actually be open to anything. But you're having to look at something kind of uncomfortable in the process of doing that, is what I'm seeing. All right. I love you, Gemini. We're moving on to Cancer. Cancer. What's up? How are you guys holding up out there? Makes you think of Eat, Pray, Love. Oh, I forgot about that guy. Called her groceries because she liked to eat. It's been a really long time since I saw that movie. Okay. What deck do I want to use for Cancer? I think this one. Okay. These energies feel so intense. Like, I don't know if it's just me, but I've definitely been going through some activations lately. So the energy has been just kind of flowing through me like a tsunami. And I'm just like laid out, like, this is fine. I'm fine. We're good. Meanwhile, I'm like questioning if I've completely lost my mind, if the day has finally come. But Spirit's like, no, you're just having a psychic level up. That's why you feel like you're literally insane. Let's see. If you know, you know. I think this Scorpio season kind of had a lot of that energy. I feel like I'm not the only one that had some major activations this season. What is it that Cancer needs to know? All right. Wow. Disclosure is happening. For some of you, this is reversed. I'm going to say that after I timestamp you. That just makes more sense, doesn't it? Reverse, death in reverse. What is this? Give me an oracle card for my beautiful crabby cakes, please. Fireplace turned itself off. Just gonna put my sweater on because I'm chilly. Pentacles. Okay. One more. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, for some of you, this is definitely reversed. Let me see. Hi, Cancer. How are you doing, my loves? I hope you're doing well. All right. So let's take a look here. So I was saying before I timestamped that for some of you, I feel very strongly this reading is reversed. I feel like this is somebody else's perspective and how they're going to be approaching you, or it's like what they're going to be experiencing maybe when you cope with some sort of situation that has been going on, because it does feel like something is being revealed, something's being disclosed, something is like coming to a halt, and it does feel like it's long overdue, but it's almost like elements of this have already started falling karmically into place, so you should know what situation this is. But yeah, let's just get into it here. Okay, so what's coming through as your personal energy here or current experience is the 10 of Pentacles in reverse. And then there's this oracle card that came out with it with the 2 cats. The one that's a little sassier than the other. And then there's also comparison destroys personality, which is interesting because there's these 2 cats that are very similar. And I literally just compared them, saying that one appears to be sassier, right? Comparison destroys personality. 10 of Pentacles in reverse. For some of you, you're kind of trying to match somebody's energy. And I'm going to talk like this is you, okay, because this is your reading. But if this is like someone else that you're dealing with, then just take it that way, okay? Just for the sake of not being too confusing, I'm still going to talk like it's you. I feel like you're trying to match someone's energy here, but you're losing a little bit of yourself through comparing, or there's something that isn't being done justice here, because there is some sort of comparison happening, either to the way that things were in the past, like versions of you, the way that you have approached things, or else you're comparing yourself to somebody else. The Knight of Cups came out. You could be comparing how you love people with how somebody else expresses their love. Can you tell me more about that? You're looking at someone like they are free. Like they look like they are, yeah, 9 of Wands in reverse, the Magician. Like they are free, they're at peace, they're on fire, their energy is naturally just communicating what they want to the universe. It's like just through existing in their power, this person, you can see them removing obstacles in their life, and you see them as being quite full of light. You see them as moving, almost dancing through life, and they have their heart on their sleeve. And for this reason, it's like there's not a lot of resistance laid out in front of them, and you perceive them as making shit happen in their life. The primary focus is the Emperor in reverse. And then the challenge is the 7 of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. This is where part of the comparison is coming through, because you're seeing them as this, right? The Knight of Cups. But I feel like you're seeing yourself as this Emperor in reverse. It's almost like if they can live that way, then why is it so hard for me to be liberated in the same way? Why is it so hard for me to be able to open up and experience life the way that this other person does. Because it's not like you don't have all the same feelings or the same capacity for all the same feelings that this person has. It's more the approach that they are taking and how you feel disempowered in some sort of way, where you're looking at them like they are not in the same energy as you. So what is the Emperor in reverse as your focus? I think that you're trying to look at the ways that you don't really feel sovereign over your own energy, or the ways that the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. The Queen of Cups is at the bottom of the deck. See, there's this very loving, open, soft energy that you haven't been putting work into, that's very much like a prominent part of you here. And again, I do feel for most of you, this is someone outside of you that is looking at you like you exist in this flow of beautiful expression and emotion, and they're like, how does Cancer make it look so freaking easy? But there's someone who, and I'm going to keep talking like this is you, but is in kind of an energy where their masculine energy is imbalanced. And I think that is what has thrown off their capacity to move from this very feminine, disarmed, unconditionally kind of loving and open and receptive energy. But it's like you're trying to look at like, where have I dropped the ball? Where have I dropped the ball? But the challenge or lesson is that the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, it's almost like once you see where you've dropped the ball, you're still holding on to the way that things were, though. You're not totally adopting a new approach, or you haven't yet. So I think that the lesson is, once you have some insight into yourself and why maybe it's hard for you to move in the same way that this person is that you're observing, once you recognize the shift that would need to take place, then it's like you have to put yourself out there and kind of start acting on that shift, right? If you want things to change. Why is the Seven of Pentacles in reverse the challenge, though, or the lesson? Fireplace just came back on. No big deal, guys. The Tower in reverse and the Three of Wands. You keep putting it off because it makes you uncomfortable. You're aware that it would require a level of accountability and looking at your own actions. And I'm not saying you've been the most terrible person in the world, not at all. But there is a place where your heart space has been a little numbed out or shut down, a little bit offline, you know, and you have engaged with the world around you and your connections as a result of that in a specific way that maybe hasn't even felt like you. You know, maybe there's this sense of kind of feeling like you lost yourself, like one part of you replaced another part. But the thing is, we can compare these two all we want, but they're completely different, right? At the end of the day, they might look the same, but they're different. So, I don't know. Whatever replaced this more open and receptive energy, you were comparing the two and almost putting one above the other, when I feel like there almost needed to be a little bit more balance to maintain both, if that makes sense. Both energies, maybe an energy of like masculine assertion, but also this energy of free-flowing emotion and acceptance of the depth of your feelings. Because the two can coexist. It's like a total fallacy that the two cannot coexist. You can have a good head on your shoulders and a strong will and strong assertion towards things and still feel things very deeply. Of course you can. Why would you not be able to? But there's something here that it's like, you know that it's gonna feel, you know that it's gonna be a Jenga moment and the whole tower is gonna come crashing down when you fully accept this. So it's like with the Three of Wands, you kind of keep putting it off. And that is why I think even though you want to change, there's still kind of this stronghold a little bit that the past seems to have, or the past way of doing things still has on you at this time. Okay, so in the recent past, you have Justice, Libran energy. And then in the near future, you have the Seven of Swords in reverse. Justice. I feel like the universe or your guides, your higher self, your own journey of personal evolution, some energy brought this to the forefront for you to recognize in yourself because they want you to heal and they want you to grow. And sometime, for some of you, it's about healing a connection with somebody else as well, that you can't really do that until you get into this more disarmed space and kind of take accurate, like an accurate tally of the part that you had to play in something, the part that someone else had to play in something. But in order to look at it honestly, you have to be real with yourself about where maybe you weren't giving the best of yourself, or you were only giving partial, like a part of yourself. So you could have just been showing up in a very masculine kind of way, like let's say this is a marriage, right? And you're like, I show up, I work, I pay the bills, but you were like completely emotionally detached and not present, right? Well, that's still dropping the ball. Like, paying the bills is not, while it is one form of support and is important, right? It's physical support can never take the place of emotional support or of mental support, like listening and offering ideas and helpful solutions, or spiritual support, because they're all different kinds of ways of showing up. So I feel like there was an emphasis on the masculine side of things here. But what is this Justice in reverse? What is it that brought this to the forefront? It's interesting too, though, because there's this being that's like half woman, half, I don't know what that is, like kangaroo or something. I don't know. She's up on a stage though, and she's like covering her face as if she feels ashamed in some way. But regardless of not wanting to look at herself, she's in the spotlight on stage, right? And it's like, this isn't happening to punish you. It's happening to show you where there was a toxicity or an imbalance that was created here, and you can move away from that. You can move out of the way that things were in the past. Yeah, and you can be very much in a similar energy to what this person is in, where you're clearly conveying something new that you want from to the universe, right? And then you're leaping out into that with faith. But first, you have to release yourself from the old way of doing things. And so whatever is being brought to your attention here, or this person's attention, it's so that they have the opportunity to actually do the right thing or the fair thing, mostly for themselves, but then for the people that they engage with as well. What's the Seven of Swords in reverse in the near future? You're going to see something else quite clearly, like another element of this is going to kind of unfold, I feel like, or be revealed to you that gives you even more insight. The Ace of Swords in reverse, a truth that you weren't seeing. The Wheel of Fortune and Temperance at the bottom of the deck. Again, you're understanding that what makes the wheel turn smoothly, what makes the whole system run the way that it should run, is balanced, harmonized union of the feminine and masculine parts of you, of the dualities within you. It's integration and balance within the self, right? That really aligns you with what is yours. So there's this truth that I think that you're still not realizing about, even though you're focused on the Emperor in reverse energy, like where have I not been completely in dominion over my life? I don't think you see yet until the near future here that the one of the biggest ways that you haven't been is by not allowing space for the feminine to flourish. And it's kind of interesting too, because I feel like this ties into this energy too. You might have this thing where you compare the masculine and the feminine energies or themes, and you see one as strong and one as weak. And you might not be doing this directly. Like, you might not directly be like, I am a man and I think that feminine energy is weak. It might be that, but it could be more subtle than that, right? I think that it is more subtle than that. I think that it's more like you not believing, like I said earlier, that the two can coexist, that you can both get shit done and also feel all your feelings, you know? In fact, you'll get more done if you hold space for you to actually feel your feelings, because then they won't be blocking you. You won't be spending extra energy trying to suppress the things that you are like, I don't have time to deal with that, right? And that extra energy that's freed up will actually empower you more. But I'm seeing that there's like an evolved truth here that's kind of continuing, I want to say, to reveal itself to you in the near future. It's very much like a mental breakthrough as well. Okay, so then the message from your higher self, what they want you to take note of at this time, is the moon in reverse. This is Piscean energy. And your advice is the 9 of Cups in reverse. So the moon in reverse is also about something being brought to light or made very clear. Isn't this moon card so pretty? I just think it's freaking so cute. I love it. It's adorable. This could be something coming up in a dream state for you, or it could be something coming, just bubbling up out of your sort of subconscious, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, like, damn, it makes sense. Like, what has been stealing my energy makes sense, or how I can bring peace to the situation or balance myself out makes sense now. Basically, your higher self is saying this will be revealed. It's like that is being like triply assured to you. This is an ongoing process that you're moving through of your spirit kind of disclosing its dark side to you. It's like it's disclosing. Your shadow is like, psst, we want to talk, you know, we want to talk, which is quite interesting because it's like sometimes the shadow gets villainized, right? It's like, ooh, the shadow is, we gotta get rid of that. And even shadow work is not getting rid of the shadow. It's becoming aware of it, holding space for it, accepting it, and then integrating it and allowing your whole self with all of the duality to work for you instead of trying to repress and cut out certain parts that you don't feel as proud of. That's how true empowerment happens, because those parts are always going to be within you anyways, right? So it's kind of how you choose to work with them and see them yourself that's going to be the defining factor of whether or not they are working for you or bringing you down, whether they're hurting you or helping you. But yeah, in the recent past, this revelation began. In the near future, it is very much continuing. And then your higher self is like, one more time. Let me tell you, let me just assure you, you are going to see the truth of this. But I think, again, it's something that is a long time coming, and it's almost like your higher self or a higher like being, entity, God, source, your angels, your ancestors, whatever you believe in, there's something bigger or a more like transcended energy that wants you to see this because it wants you to grow and it wants you to genuinely be happy. So with the 9 of Cups in reverse as your advice, I feel like it's kind of saying, be honest with yourself about where you have been disenchanted. You know, where have you not been happy? What has just not been doing the trick? Where have you felt there's kind of a lack of something? And you don't necessarily want to focus on that or ruminate on it, but you do want to become aware of it so that you can then, you know, work towards shifting that, right? Because if you avoid it, you can't really do that. So tell me a little more about the Nine of Cups in reverse for Cancer. For some of you, though, if this is reversed, you are helping shed light, whether you realize that you're doing it or not. For some of you, it's just through the way that you are living your life. Someone is observing you, and they're like, damn, Cancer is free as fuck, you know? And how do they do that? How do they stay light even though they're feelsy motherfuckers, you know? How do they just keep dancing through life even though they don't have all the answers? And they're still bringing the spice of life here, you know? They're still getting shit done. They're still looking amazing. They still seem to be balanced. And it's like this person is realizing through observing that this thing that they've been avoiding or repressing is not something that they have to be afraid of throwing them off balance. Because they're seeing through you that it is very much possible to live in a certain way with your heart on your sleeve, with your light and your dark, with your masculine and your feminine kind of holding hands and skipping together, right? Rather than like having a competitive kind of thing where they're both like fighting, duking it out for who's gonna lead. It's like having power dynamics within your own duality is gonna cause some real conflict within you because you're literally fighting yourself. So for a lot of you, I feel like you are the thing that is kind of, you're acting as the conduit of a revelation for this person, essentially. There's something that they haven't had the answer to. It's like they know what they want, but I feel like they also know that they would need to walk away from some things that have not been getting them what they want. Wow, the King of Wands in reverse, the King of Cups in reverse. Then there's the Two of Cups and the Chariot in reverse. This person, the thing is, this is either you and you know that you've been getting in your own way out of like insecurity and ego that has stemmed from feeling the need to, again, like hide part of yourself. And there's someone that you love and there's someone that you want to give to, but it's like you haven't been able to do that effectively. You haven't been able to show up like all parts of yourself for someone. But for most of you, again, I feel like this is someone outside of you because you have the Chariot in reverse here, which is your card. So we have the King of Cups in reverse and the King of Wands in reverse. It's almost someone looking at themselves and being like, oh, so I was acting like this. And so the love that I have for Cancer wasn't translating. It's like Cancer wasn't even able to understand that I actually do deeply love them. But it's because I wasn't allowing that intimate, loving part of myself to actually shine through. That's kind of what I'm seeing here for you. There's a song where they say, say it's love. It's, how was I supposed to know? Say it's love, but it never shows. That's the line. It's like whoever was not expressing their heart here, or whoever was sort of restricting the emotional and intimate part of themselves, the other person is like, you can say you love me all day, but how am I supposed to actually know that it's true when the words are kind of hollow, or you're not actually, it's like you're saying that there's love, but you're not showing the love. So then this person feels like they've been either confused or they couldn't trust it for some reason. That's kind of what I'm seeing. But there is definitely, on one side of things, somebody is gaining some very valuable perspective. And it's going to be interesting because it's very much up to them what they do with that perspective, how they choose to shift. All you can really do is lead a horse to water, right? But you can't make it drink. So it's quite an interesting reading, Cancer. I hope that you guys are doing well. And we're going to move on to Leo now. Okay. Leo. Let's see. What's going on for my brave-hearted beauties out there? Get this one. Roar, roar, roar. Got our lions in the house making some noise. All right. How are you guys feeling now that Mars has moved into your sign? You feeling big and bold and on fire and just... I feel like what's coming through is like an enticing, attractive energy, like even more so than usual. God help us all. But I feel like you have even more of that behind you now to use at your disposal. You're feeling a little better. That's good. You should be at least feeling an energy boost, hopefully, and a little more emotional stability, hopefully, in your everyday going-ons. Okay, Leo. You've been in a low energy, yeah, me too. Well, sort of. Everything emotional kept feeling a little bit draining with with Mars in Cancer for me. It's like things I'm normally able to process and deal through on an emotional level, or deal with on an emotional level, felt much more difficult to like sort through. So I don't know. I don't know what that was, but Leo. Okay. Decided it didn't want to come out. Seeing some power moves, some flexing here. You flexing on these hoes. I'm just kidding. Two more. Okay. All right. Get ready. Get ready. Something's coming. Let's get an oracle card for you. Clarify Leo's energy, please. Okay. space in here. Okay. Leo. Hi, Leo. I hope that you are all doing incredibly well. So, let's see what's going on. Your present energy or your current experience is coming through as the Chariot in reverse. This is Cancerian energy. And it is coming through with this Oracle card, which is quite interesting and trippy. It's this one. I don't know if you can see. Try to get it closer. So it's kind of Twilight Zone-y, spiritual ascension, 5D, crazy, can't explain experiences kind of vibes. What is life kind of energy here. But the Chariot in reverse, I'm kind of getting like you're feeling, it's so interesting. There's something or someone here that you have an incredibly strong bond to spiritually, I feel like. But for some reason, you're having a hard time asserting yourself emotionally towards it, even though the connection is very present. And I feel like it's really hard to miss. Hold on. No. You guys. I didn't take my glasses off and it didn't bode well for me. Good God, help me. I'm struggling. My life. All right. A little bit of a shit show there for a second, but it's okay, you guys. We are recovering. Let me clean my glasses because they just got smushed in my hood. I don't know why I thought that I could put my hoodie on with my hat and my glasses still on my head, but it was a bold move that ended poorly. Wait, why is this not helping but making it worse? All right, so I'm not sure why. It's like you're having trouble trusting what is happening in the 5D or the spiritual realms is almost what I feel like. And I'm not entirely sure why that is, but it's like I'm seeing you feel like there is something blocked emotionally or blocked in the way that this connection is moving forwards, but specifically emotionally. So it's like with cardinal water, that Cancerian energy, it talks about knowing how you feel and then being able to, again, kind of like take action or assert yourself in a particular direction. But where's the disconnect happening? Are you just needing to sort of, there's something about having more faith that what you feel is real. Something like that. Can you clarify this experience that Leo is having currently? The Ten of Wands. It's because it feels heavy. This is almost coming through like you could have a connection right now, Leo, with someone where it's very, very psychic, maybe very like telepathic. And I feel like what this is there's a lot that is being felt and experienced even in the 5D, but it's not being spoken. It's like we both feel this, but no one's saying anything. And so then nothing is really moving forwards with that strong emotional conviction and drive that could be there, right? Because both people are having the same experience. It's like in the 5D, your faces are melting together here. You know what I mean? In the 5D, you're reaching out to touch faith here. But then I'm not seeing that like moving through, right? And it feels heavy. Why? Because there is action, that like bold action, I feel like, that does want to take place with the Knight of Wands there. So it's almost like a buildup that's happening, of it's like something is building up here internally, building up to some sort of breaking point, which I'm not sure exactly what that breaking point is just yet. The primary focus for you is this 9 of Wands energy, and your challenge is death in reverse, which is Scorpionic energy, the season that we're in right now as I am recording this. So the 9 of Wands, you're focused on, there's a part of you that you are aware has been wounded and you are healing it actively. For that reason, you're very invested in this healing journey at this time, but you're also somewhat invested in like guarding yourself or just keeping people at kind of arm's length while you do this. The 9 of Wands is the wounded warrior, which is associated with Chiron, right? And it's the wound that kind of always aches, that never fully heals, but then through our lifelong journey of learning how to tend to that wound, we can inspire others, we can help others see a more beneficial way to engage with like a similar theme or wound, right? We can inspire people in that area maybe by seeing that just because how do I say this? It's like just because something isn't your forte doesn't make it your weakness immediately. Does that make sense? It's just a place where you have space to grow, really. It's a space where within yourself you have room to evolve. It's not necessarily bad, or it doesn't make you weak or less, right? But I think you're kind of seeing this as something that you do need to like release, and you're pushing actively forwards to do that. Tell me more about this 9 of Wands. The 7 of Wands in reverse. Yeah, the Ace of Cups at the bottom of the deck. You're like, once I deal with this thing, I'm gonna let my guard down, and I'm gonna let my heart out of its cage. I'm gonna let it put its tentacles everywhere that it wants to go. It's like you are very much focused on accomplishing this thing that you're focused on now. But in your mind, you're like, when that is done, I'm gonna lay my armor down and I'm gonna get nice and close and cozy and intimate with someone or something here that my heart is pulling me towards. And it's quite a big leap that you want to take into whatever this is, because you see it very much as being something that is for you. It's justice and the Fool, which is the Wanderer. Like everything in you is saying, go in this direction. It's for you. And it's coming in the form of a connection, or connection to a community or a group of some sort, if it's not like a romantic connection. It's someone or something that you want to let closer. But you're like, I gotta just give me a second, be right back. I gotta go and take care of whatever this wound is that has me feeling a little bit defensive, or like I need to lick my wounds in private maybe. But the challenge or lesson is, I see where this is going already. Death in reverse. This is an intimacy wound. I feel like it's a vulnerability wound. And so it's kind of ironic trying to isolate yourself and then sort through and heal it, right? Because I think that intimacy wounds can kind of only be healed by making yourself vulnerable with another person and experiencing intimacy, because then you start building trust again, surrounding intimacy and letting more and more people in, right? I don't think I showed you this, but the challenge or lesson being death in reverse here. So there's something transforming or that wants to transform, but it's kind of hit a I don't know. You're still focused on it. You're still working on it, but I don't see you climbing any further, like to your goal, right? Yeah, easier said than trust me. As someone that has intimacy issues, trust me, I definitely understand. But that is the way to heal this thing that you're focused on healing. And I think you are hoping that you can do it on your own because that is less scary, right? It's less intimidating, but Spirit is kind of saying there's not really any way around it. Tell me more about death in reverse here as the challenge. But yeah, definitely not just a walk in the park. The Tower. Let it hit ya. There is definitely something that the shift is going to take place. Someone from your past could be coming in. Someone that's been on your mind. But I feel like maybe you're at peace with this person walking away, or you're at peace with walking away from whoever this is, because 10 of Cups in reverse, you were kind of like, whoever this is someone that you feel like things didn't work out in the past. And however they did work out, it left you feeling like we can't have that 10 of Cups together, either because of where you were at the time or just who this person is and the overall dynamic between your energies. But I see someone kind of confidently coming in that represents the past to you, or something from the past. And the thing is, this is going to do something. It's going to strike a chord in you in such a way that it really illuminates. I think it's going to illuminate that you haven't actually been as happy as you've convinced yourself you have been. For some reason, that's what's coming through. Or there's been a false sense that you've created for yourself, maybe, of connection and intimacy, but really, whatever this is, it's kind of like showing you that you've still been very disconnected or isolated, kind of thing, right? But this is Scorpio and Mars energy, so it's basically this energy of transformation just kicking down your door with the Tower. It's like we tried knocking, we tried ringing the doorbell. Now, boom, it's a boot to the freaking door now. And we're just the whole SWAT team coming in now. It's going to happen a little more aggressively, I want to say, than it would have with like a slightly different approach. But that is always how the Tower is. So no shame, no shade. Sometimes we just need the universe to kick our asses because we refuse to kick our own. And honestly, I don't think it's really that difficult to understand why sometimes we don't want to kick our own ass, you know? But still, the universe with the Tower will come in and lovingly do it for you if it sees that there's somewhere, something that you want. Like, let's say you're manifesting, you're trying to manifest something, right? But your higher self or your guides or whatever can see that in the energy that you're in, you're not going to be able to fulfill or get what you want. And so sometimes it can seem like everything is falling apart, but really that is the way that the universe is bringing things together to show you where things weren't working, where there was like a faulty or unstable foundation maybe. But then it's not so that you It's not so that you go into an energy of chaos and you feel like, oh, I've been annihilated. It's so that you can kind of reassess. And so you can very clearly see where you have been held back, or exactly how much like not being available in this particular way has affected you and maybe affected your opportunities. Okay, so you have the Devil in reverse in the past, and you have the Three of Wands in reverse in the near future. The Devil in reverse in the recent past. I think you decided, I'm choosing happiness. I think that's what this is. I think you decided, yeah, I'm going to move forwards boldly. I'm going to let go of whatever is not supporting my happiness, which is the devil, right? Whatever keeps me caged and small and doesn't allow me to experience to the fullest degree what I truly desire and deserve. So I'm seeing that as very clear. In the recent past, you were like, F this. Something has not been working. I've been feeling limited. I haven't been feeling like I'm getting what I want. This approach isn't working, essentially. I want more, and I'm choosing happiness. But in the near future with the Three of Wands in reverse, this is coming through as being very present. It's like you're not looking at the past, nor are you looking on the horizon to what is coming towards you. You are just like, all that exists is the here. All that exists is now, right? Let me just turn the fireplace off since it keeps on erratically turning itself on and off anyways, and I now have my hoodie on because I don't want to die. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, look, you are giving to the present. That's what this is, literally. The Six of Pentacles and the Three of Wands in reverse. You're like, not later, now, right now. This is where I'm going to start doing the things that, or this is the only approach that that is meant to be taken, right? It can't be something that I put off, kind of like Cancer's energy. The person in Cancer's reading kept wanting to push it off until tomorrow. Your energy is very different. You're like, nope, we're not waiting. We're not holding back. We're giving right now to the present moment. And we're allowing that energy to create the future that we actually desire and that we want. And it's almost like through being very present in the now, you have this natural appreciation that allows you to drop the weight of everything that didn't work out before. All the things that never came together, the Three of Coins in reverse, the Ten of Swords in reverse, whether it was deception and betrayal and something that outright hurt you, or whether it was something that you just considered like a loss, like a job you didn't get, or a job you got fired from, or a creative project that, I don't know, wasn't picked, or you didn't finish or follow through with. There's something about you being very liberated in your energy in the near future, and you're like, I can turn the wheel. I can do that. But it's through realizing kind of that, essentially, that time doesn't exist. There is only the present moment. There is only the now. And so if you want to make shit happen, then it's kind of like, if not now, then when? Because the now is all that we have, right? You got taught a lesson that made you stronger. Good. Yeah, I see you coming out of a disappointing situation through closing quite a big cycle that you've been in that has not allowed you to liberate yourself. Okay, this ring light is driving me crazy. This is the Judgment card, the liberation one. I love that. Okay, so then the Five of Cups is what your higher self wants you to take note of at this time, and the Eight of Wands is your advice. Yeah, get it poppin'. Let this energy start flowing, especially your emotional energy. The Knight of Cups in reverse, the Queen of Cups in reverse. The Knight and Queen of Cups in reverse. You know what it is? You realize that confidently expressing love is not just a gift that you give someone else, it's a gift that you give yourself. It is a form of self-care, actually, right? Because what happens when you remove yourself from your emotions, or when you feel like a little bit emotionally detached or shut down, is that not only does that love not get pushed out into the world around you and into your connections, but it also starts to dwindle down inside of you as well, because it's not being boldly expressed. It's not allowing, it's like you're not allowing it to mature and take form. So it's almost, the way that I'm seeing it is like something that is meant to be shared, but instead is locked deep inside of you out of fear, or has been for a little bit, right? And then with it not being nurtured, really, because love is nurtured through giving and receiving, not through just holding it inside of you. Love is meant to be shared always. So it's through taking it in and giving it. When that doesn't happen, it does start to feel weaker, right? It starts to feel more insecure. It starts to feel like something that is not evolving or shifting or growing the way that we might want it to. So it's like, allow this energy to shift. And I see this shift happening quite quickly, honestly. Like, it's, once you make this decision, it's like things really start picking up speed. However, your higher self wanting you to take note of this Five of Cups energy, this grief. What is that? The Ten of Wands in reverse. There needs to be some sort of emotional release here. Let me clear the other energies because I want to dig deeper into that, but I feel like it's kind of its own thing. I feel like there's still something that haunts you in regards to love. Yeah, that's what needs to come down. That's the tower that's going to fall. It's kind of been what has caused you to stagnate in some sort of area. And it's not every area, but it is the area of your heart, and you do rule the heart. So for you, it's kind of coming through as something that has had a decent impact on you. And you're going to see this. This is going to be revealed to you here because you make the decision, the empowered choice, like, I'm changing this. And then it's almost like the universe comes in to assist you with that. And it sometimes assists us in a slightly chaotic or violent, seemingly violent way, like with the Tower energy. But really, the Tower energy is just kind of like tough love, you know? It's still love. It wants to take away something that has been creating like a limitation for you. And sometimes we need the Tower, the force of the Tower, to come through and take something from us that we wouldn't be strong enough to like surrender on our own. But it is something that needs to go for us to be abundant and like fulfilled in the ways that we actually want to be. But this is coming through as something haunting you and causing you grief that you can't really separate from. And this is something that is meant to be dropped with that Ten of Wands in reverse. So your higher self is saying there is some sort of acknowledgement and release of grief here that will be taking place or needs to take place for this process to kind of continue moving forwards. Yeah, it's the Knight of Cups in reverse again. For you to get out of this energy where you feel, it's almost like this emotional release is going to reconnect you to your heart in some sort of very powerful way. Okay, now I'm hearing Motley Crue, Kickstart My Heart. Baby. Okay. So this is what is going to kickstart your heart. So it's basically saying, like, don't fear. Yeah, strength in reverse. It might make you feel a little vulnerable the way that this pours out of you. Because that's you, strength in reverse. But you're not being made more vulnerable. You're being reconnected to the heart. And I think because you haven't been reconnected, or you haven't been connected to your heart to the degree that you will be, I'm not saying you've been completely heartless and completely detached altogether, but there's like an element that hasn't been active that has been limiting you. And I think it's that you've been carrying this grief from the past that has been impacting your ability to love yourself and see yourself clearly and see yourself in your full power and strength. That's kind of what it's coming through as. So whatever this is that is, it's almost like something from the past is coming through to create an element of closure. And you will be feeling what you need to feel so that you can kind of like usher that out, release something that has felt quite heavy, and then maybe approach something from like a blank slate, more of a blank slate kind of jumping off point. It's kind of like if you stayed holding on to this energy. And keep in mind, right, that if this is someone coming in from the past, it doesn't necessarily have to be someone coming in to create closure through being an asshole and telling you like, I never want to talk to you again or something like that. It doesn't have to be them cutting you out. It could be something coming in from the past saying, I want to do something different. I want to try again. But the thing is, that wouldn't be possible if you were still carrying this pain and weight of the past. That's a big reason why it needs to be let go. You know what I'm saying? So that's what your guides or your higher self is sort of trying to tell you. Don't fear this. Don't fear the Reaper, Leo, because what it is coming to take from you is just something that will stand in the way of you being able to move forwards in the way that will actually get you what you want in the end. But I just think you haven't really seen this. You'll be able to nurture yourself more fully with this fear and this grief that has been blocking you washed out. Okay. We're moving on to Virgo. I want to go check on my dog. I don't know. He keeps making this weird noise. I just want to make sure that he's like not getting sick or something, that he's okay. So just hold on 1 second, okay? And I will be right back, Virgo. But I just want to go into the stairwell here for a second and just make sure he's all right. So I'm not sure what that noise is. James. He appears to be fine, so I'm not entirely sure. what that's been all about, but maybe he's just making a noise while he's sleeping. Like, you know, when dogs dream and then they go, like they make that weird little, not a bark, but like a, I don't know how else to do it. I think he might be doing that. You are welcome. Tequila, my girl. My little shot. My little shot. Virgo. All right. What deck should we use for you? Okay, I'm seeing this one stand out. My super intuitive deck. Okay. Let's use this. It's an interesting choice for you. There we go. Channeling a song. Okay, hold on. Haven't pulled any cards yet, Spirit. Don't channel any songs when I'm unprepared. My lips keep getting dry. All right. Virgo. What's up with my Virgos? This deck is very satisfying to shuffle. It's like the perfect bend in the cardstock, and I'm aware that I'm being a massive tarot nerd right now, but this deck, I read the energy if it's coming through skewed or reversed, but I only look at the cards. I lay the cards in the spread in the upright. And it's just because this deck is very, like kind of intuitive, and it's a little chaotic, I find, to look at in the reverse. So I'm just going to intuitively pick up on whether the energies are, how the energy is presenting itself, okay? Just so you are aware. Okay, one more shuffle. All right. My glasses are not staying up on my face. Okay, let's get Virgo's cards. Okay, you want to come out? Ooh. Wow, you're experiencing something major. Focus. This one. So pretty. Okay. One more for Virgo. Present, past, future. Okay, that was a real bark. Django, come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. What are you barking at, Angel? someone outside my house or something? It's like, why? I'm gonna put him outside. I think he might just want to be in his kennel. Luckily I haven't time-stamped yet for Virgo. Let me just put these two. Can you guys hear all the dramatic noises that he's making? Let me just get your last two tarot cards down, and then I'm gonna go do that, and I'll come right back. I hear you. Give me 1 second. You like how I just talked to him like he understands completely what I'm saying? Last card. Okay. I'll be right back. He's having a moment. Not sure exactly what over, but hey. Hi. You just have to keep going out. Ah, yes, you're so cute. You're such a good boy. What's the matter? What's going on? Come on, you're not going upstairs. Come on. Let's go. Let's go outside. I don't know what that's all about. He does understand. Rottweilers are incredibly smart dogs. I'm quite sure that he does. I feel like Luna understands. But the way that Django looks at me sometimes, he's like, I know what you said. Just give me a second to process whether I'm actually going to listen. And I'm like, I know you understand. So you can literally see it on his face. Like, he's like, am I gonna go into my kennel or am I gonna run across the street and chase something? It's like, the kennel. They're so stubborn, though. They like pushing the limits. And I'm like, can I really blame him? Because same. All right. How are your two little familiars doing? Shauna. How are Freya and Hermes? Oh my. This is aggressive. I don't know if this will be for everybody. 2 oracle cards came out though. Is that one supposed to be? Let me use my... This one? Is this one for... Okay. I thought that kind of seemed a little out of place. Hermes has been meowing up a storm. Aw, Hermie. He's so freaking cute. All right. Okay. All right, Virgo. This looks very interesting. And, oh my gosh, I'm obsessed with this deck. It is so pretty. Let's see. Is this okay? Hi, Virgo. How are you doing, my beautiful Virgos? I hope you're doing well. So yeah, let's dive into the energies here that want to be highlighted at this time for you, or the circumstances that you're going through at this time. Okay. So your current experience or your personal energy is coming up as the World, with this oracle card, which I love. So it's the World with this oracle card where she's kind of got like a hallway with rooms and doorways going into her here. It's interesting though, because really she's holding up a mirror, right? If you actually look at the photo, she's holding a mirror in front of her. So this is a reflection of what is ahead of her. But it looks kind of like she is giving like a view, an intimate view into herself when you look at the card. Let me feel into this. Okay. Tell me a little bit more about this, this World card here. Well, I feel like there's something new beginning, and it's like every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Closing time, right? So it's time to close out some old stubborn kind of either cycle, habit, way of being, way of expressing, way of your energy manifesting overall. It's kind of like the end of an era is what it's coming through as. And I feel like the way that you are effectively closing out that last thing to usher in the new is there is some looking at yourself that you are doing. Yeah, exactly. The Emperor and the Moon are at the bottom of the deck. That's exactly what it is. It's you are, because this is not easy, right? Letting something reflect deep, deep into you, back at you, is quite uncomfortable. Oh, my nose is dry. It can be quite... It can feel kind of intimidating. I don't know if I need this to be as bright as it is, but it's annoying me, so I'm going to turn it down. You are choosing to take an empowered stance with the Emperor card over your Moon energy. And the Moon is Piscean energy, and the Emperor is Aries, the first and the last sign of the zodiac sign. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. There's definitely something here, because the World is also the last card, the last major arcana card in the tarot. You are taking a more empowered approach to your fears, your insecurities, the things that you've hidden from yourself that you haven't wanted to see, or even just there may have been a phase where you were a lot more under the radar, I almost want to say. Something was, these energies are very interesting. Something was being formed. It's like something was growing. There had been a seed planted, and that thing was growing, but it was still under the dirt in the soil. So you didn't really know where it was at or if it was even growing at all. And I do feel like there was some sort of fear, insecurity, or subconscious thing that was kind of getting in the way. I think that you had an inkling that this was there, but you maybe weren't sure exactly what it entailed. And maybe you didn't feel necessarily motivated to go do a deep dive and look at whatever this is. The Hierophant. Well, you're committed to it now, though. So you do have a reason now to do this. Whether this is somebody else in your life, that, yeah, the Knight of Pentacles. You're wanting to move forwards with something. You want to put, like, one foot in front of the other here. But you're realizing that in order to move forwards into whatever this is, and you have 4 major arcanas in your current experience, by the way, so this is really big. you need to kind of like restructure something, or not restructure, but it's more like move into the next era with maybe a new structure altogether, maybe a new strategy altogether, or else like a commitment that wasn't there in the past, or just a commitment to something totally new. But something is shifting because the world, and then it's like you're looking at this, you're allowing something very deep to be reflected back to you. And I love this because you're not getting, I'm not seeing you get defensive over what's being reflected back at you. I'm seeing you take it in this Taurian energy, which is fixed earth. It's very grounded, and it is like, how can I take what is being shown to me and use it to build something or grow something in my life that is going to be more abundant than what has been. And even if that's just the last phase was abundant, it wasn't like a phase of lack, but you want to build on that phase then, right? You want to like continue building on top of that. So you still want to expand. And you're realizing that the only way to really do that, it's like you can only expand outwards as far as you go inwards to yourself. So you're allowing someone to reflect back at you, yourself, in a very like deep, kind of profound way, I feel like. Now, whether this person is doing this or whether this situation is doing this consciously or on purpose, I have no idea. But you seem to be very aware that something is helping you close out a very big cycle or a phase of your life, and they're doing that through reflecting a really deep part of you back at you with clarity. But it looks like you're kind of, the way that you choose to handle that really is going to determine everything surrounding how that actually goes down, right? How successful that actually is. And I see you accepting it with quite a bit of grace, maturity, openness, and willingness to close one thing out so that you can again like grow into something else or expand on what you already have. It's like, I don't need to stay in the same place. I've already experienced this. I can keep creating. I can build off of what I've already established. And I love that. Okay. So your primary focus at this time is the 10 of Wands. And then your greatest challenge or lesson is the High Priestess here. Oh, I love this card. It's so pretty. High Priestess. Such a baddie. Okay. You're looking directly at the heavy thing. The source of the density, the source of the weight, the source of the strain. I'm hearing strain. There's something specifically that felt strained or a little bit difficult or unnatural in the last phase that you were in. Can you tell me more about that? It's the Lovers. It's the Lovers. And the Five of Swords is at the bottom of the deck. Yeah. Virgo things. Love you though, so much. But this is your head getting in the way of your heart to some degree. And there's some sort of weight carried surrounding what love is and what love is not. So maybe you've learned all of these really valuable lessons through the experiences that you had in this past cycle that's now closing out. But I think that you're done learning those lessons. And now it's kind of like you are looking at the culmination of those lessons to sort of reestablish or redefine what love is to you and what love is not. And you're kind of looking at it like, is it this heavy thing? Does it have to be a strain? Does it have to feel hard? Or Or can it be something different? In your mind, because of the way that this last cycle had played out, I think you had kind of confirmed with yourself a couple times that it did need to be that, or expected it to maybe feel hard. So you could have met someone new where things don't feel that hard. They feel more open, they feel more trusting, they feel more go with the flow, more light. And not in the sense that things are not serious or being taken seriously, but more in the sense that it just doesn't feel like a freaking struggle, and you're not as in your head over it. But you are needing to trust your intuition with the High Priestess here, and that is your greatest challenge or lesson. So what is up with that? What's this High Priestess in the lesson for Virgo? Okay, it's the Page of Swords, the King of Cups. Okay, this, it is and it isn't you. It is and it isn't you. It's someone reflecting back at you, something that you do contain inside of you. Like, you are capable of what this person is reflecting back at you, but it will require you to be in these energies which are challenging you, right? It's almost like this person that is acting as a very clear mirror or reflection back to you. They're showing you what you're capable of, but they're also inadvertently, I feel like, showing you what would need to end or close out or be surrendered or sacrificed to get you to the place that they are in. It's almost like an energetic or emotional dare is kind of how it's coming through. A dare. There needs to be an openness of the mind. And it's interesting. You're mutable, but I think sometimes you have a difficult time being open-minded, and it's not like the concept of being open-minded and curious that you struggle with, but I feel like it's more once you do the work to really like focus on a belief and like refine it down and get it like perfected, then it's almost like you have this moment where you're like, I have to rip it all apart and start again, or like I have to do the whole process over again in a different area of my life. Like, can a bitch get a break, you know? It's kind of coming through as that. But I feel like this is a dare, and it feels more energetic. It doesn't feel like someone legitimately daring you, but it's almost like, look at this person, this King of Cups, right? They're waving and they're descending into these dark waters. They're like, well, are you coming? No? Okay, see you later, but I'm going, you know? It's like, if you want something, you got to go somewhere that you're kind of uncomfortable going. And through this person being like, well, are you going to come? Are you going to follow me? And then they just kind of turn around and go. It's like someone walking into a haunted house and you can't decide. You're at that sign that's like, turn back now, final warning, you know? And you're like, I can't decide if I want to turn back. I feel like moving forwards is going to require trust in yourself, and that is going to require a combination of things. It's going to require you to trust your intuition with the High Priestess and be okay with walking through the unknown or into the unknown, but also this open-mindedness, knowing that whatever you find there, it's okay to approach it with curiosity. It's kind of like beginner brain here, because whatever this person is amplifying in your life, or this situation is amplifying in your life, it's spurring a level up in regards to emotional intelligence. It's kind of like daring you to see and exist even deeper within yourself, so that you can go even deeper outside of yourself. You can explore even deeper and push your energy outwards and be even more expansive. It very much feels like this energy knows something. Well, I mean, they do know something. They're the high priestess and the frickin' this is Pisces and Scorpio energy very strongly. I mean, it's Cancerian too, because the high priestess is technically the card that's ruled by the moon. But the challenge is having this open mind, a mind that's open enough and curious enough and in a humble enough state, because the Page of Swords is in a state of humility. That's why they can be open to hearing other people's ideas without getting offended. That's why they can take in new ideas and throw them around and absorb different information. It's because they're not defensive, right? And humility is really just being in a constant state of absolute honesty with yourself and then others by extension, because nobody is perfect, right? And so when we're honest with ourselves 100% of the time, there's going to be times when we can legitimately be like, I'm really proud of myself for acting this way. And then there's other times when we kind of have to acknowledge or be accountable or responsible for like, oh, that maybe wasn't a good look on me, or oh, maybe that's somewhere that I could take some constructive criticism and make myself better. But I think it's like the challenge is trusting not only your own guidance through this, but also that the person reflecting back at you, they do have your best interest at heart. It's like they're not leading you out into the unknown and the dark waters to let you drown, but you have to trust both them and you. You know what I'm saying? And then something about this open mind and this humility and kind of allowing yourself to admit that there's something that's a little bit out of your depths now, but once you get in the water, you're going to realize you're going to understand how to exist there more comfortably. It's kind of like you just need to get wet first, you know? But there's someone here that can help you with this. But the thing is, they can't help you unless you are open to their help, and potentially unless you endorse their help, you know, not just be open to it, but like if they are actively there in front of you being like, hey, this is a strength of mine, I can help you with this, or, you know, you bring to them the things that your insights surrounding what is being reflected back at you, and then the two of you, like, they help you unpack that, or they help you see what you're experiencing or approach what you're experiencing maybe more from a feminine or intuitive or emotional approach. There's something here about that. So it's like trusting yourself and trusting someone else. I'm hearing that Death Cab for Cutie song, I Will Follow You Into the Dark. I'll follow you into the dark. In the recent past, you have this Knight of Swords energy. You see something, you gained an answer to something or clarity, and something clicked. That's what that energy feels like to me. And in the near future, you have the Nine of Pentacles. Beautiful. Some sort of well-earned abundance is coming through to you. Some sort of beautiful personal evolution that is very much in the physical realm. So this could be you reaching a health goal or a fitness goal. This could be you gaining some sort of monetary or financial thing, or getting a job that, like, landing a job that is really great and abundant for you. It's something that makes you feel really good though, and proud, because it's like it's almost like it validates the work that you're doing now in looking at yourself in some of these difficult places and in working on those areas of yourself that have maybe been slightly less developed for whatever reason. That is what is, I feel like, opening up this new door that's leading you into a state of abundance and personal security and freedom in the near future. Tell me about this Knight of Swords. What is that Virgo realized or experienced that clicked in the recent past here? Coming through as quite a strong truth, and almost this energy of you being like, yeah, a strong truth. The Ace of Swords comes out, and look at how big the sword is as well on this Knight of Swords card, right? Like, this is like a divine truth with that purple smoke behind it too, and one that you can't avoid. But you see how this guy has his hand on his head? It's almost like, how did I miss that? Or like, how did I not see that? Fishy girl. I'm not from Philly. I just got this when I was visiting someone. Where are you nearby? Philly. But I did visit there a couple times. I used to date someone from Philly. That is why I have the hat. I'm from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. What's this? The Six of Swords. Whatever you gained intuitively, the Queen of Wands. This could be a very strong, realization. Like, it's a truth that you realized, that's what I was missing the whole time. That's what I kind of needed to see to move out of my head and the places that I was kind of at conflict with myself into a more peaceful state of like streamlined being and knowing is kind of what it's coming through as. So it's like, rather than having maybe some form of internal conflict, chaos, cognitive dissonance where your beliefs and your actions weren't really matching up, and so you were like aware that there was a tension that was kind of rubbing every time that happened, that was making you aware that something needed to eventually change. Either your belief needed to change, your actions needed to change, something like that. But this Queen of Wands energy here is, and then this High Priestess is coming through as a really strong feminine energy that is kind of confident in the area that you are kind of just taking some tentative steps into. And I'm not saying you've never, you have no emotional intelligence whatsoever, but it's like you're going into deeper waters here. You're being beckoned or called into deeper waters. And it's almost like a depth that you were not completely even aware existed. And you're like, oh, I needed to go, like, maybe you didn't realize that you needed to intuitively go way deeper into yourself to remove a certain block or close out a cycle. Maybe you were trying to just do that through like outward, like pushing your energy outwards, trying to shift something and make something happen. Now you're kind of seeing it clearly, like, oh, I just need to go inside and resolve some sort of block, and then once I remove that, boom, you know? Tell me more about this Nine of Pentacles. We love to see it. We love to see the abundance. Nine of Pentacles. It's the Five of Swords. And you're immediately somewhat stressed out and defensive again. Why are you? It's like something comes in and you receive it warmly, I feel like, but it's almost as though the people closest around you, they get defensive when something comes in and it hurts you the way that they react. It causes some grief. So this would kind of be like you've been, let's say you've been jobless, but you've been actively like trying to put your resume out there, trying to land a job in the field that you want, trying to, you know, whatever the case may be, or you're an artist and you've been really trying to get attention to your work and you've been actively, putting it out there, sending your work to publishers, whatever it is. You've been fighting for something for a long time and it's felt heavy, and you're finally closing out that cycle where you're moving into a phase where you have the truth, you have a deeper knowledge of yourself, and therefore things externally are expanding because you went inwards deeper, right? But it's like the people around you have got some choice words to say, or they've got some really meh reactions to it. It's like you finally win and you're like, yay, and you're in your power, and they have something to say about it. Because I don't feel like that's really you, but I think that their response kind of puts you in a space of some sort of mental conflict or just pain. This is the 5 of Cups. But don't allow it to zap your life force energy or take you out of a space of love for something. Because if you do that, then I feel like what you're building won't be able to fully come together. Okay, let's take a look at what your higher self wants you to take note of specifically, and then advice, because I feel like that's going to give us the final clarity that we really need here. So what you are meant to take note of, the message from your higher self, is the Ace of Cups. Okay. There's definitely divine love here, pure love, a love that could bring a lot of peace to your life here. And then your advice is the Empress. Your advice is the Empress. Taurian energy, the divine feminine as well. So on the table, you do have Saturnian energy. You have Taurus and Libra or Venusian energy. You have Gemini. And you have the moon. Your moon placement, I feel like, is very important. Your Saturn placement might be quite important as well, but your moon is coming through more. Because there's something about your emotion here. Yeah, the 10 of Cups is at the bottom of the deck. So tell me about this Ace of Cups. Why does Virgo's higher self want them to pay attention or take note of this emotion? It's very pure, though. It's like you have the truth. Now allow the feeling to come through. The 2 of Cups. Spirit's so loud. You have the truth and you're like, why didn't I see this sooner? But you're not beating yourself up for long, I don't feel like. You're doing the work and then you're gaining this win. And it's, Spirit is validating. Like, if you have someone in your life at this time, romantically, or just someone that you just love the shit out of, like, it is, what you feel is real. What you feel is valid. The depth of it, the way that it doesn't make sense because it feels too good to be true in some way, it feels divine. This is part of why you're being asked to really trust your intuition, right? Because again, the thing that has felt heavy so far has been love, right? This is what you're focused on. The thing that has felt like a burden has been love. And so it's almost like now if you're being gifted this beautiful divine love, it's like you went through that difficult phase where you had to learn the hard lessons. Now the good is coming in, and it's like your reward, your karmic reward, the world, karma, Saturn. And again, it's coming through because you've done the work. It's not just landing in your lap because you haven't done anything. There has been struggle and pain, sweat, blood, and tears that has been connected to this lesson, this era. This is worth fighting for, but if you've only experienced heaviness and pain in regards to love so far, then leaping into a new cycle where you're going to experience love as basically the opposite of that, yeah, it's going to require an emotional intelligence level up, right? You to readdress, again, what is love and what is not, redefine that, and then have that intuitive confidence. And then also, again, like trust the other person that you're involved with. And I feel like they are somewhat, in some way, they're leading the way emotionally and intuitively. They're guiding. And you are being asked to kind of, if you want this, then to kind of follow them. And it's not like submitting to them. It's just like, the Ten of Pentacles and the Page of Cups, yeah. They see something that you still have a little bit, Aries moon. They see something that you have just gained insight on. They have a lot of insight on. So it's not like, it's like following the leader, but the leader knows how to lead you with love and intuition and honestly a little bit of magic and childlike sense of wonder in the world. It's like a very pure energy coming through. They know how to lead you to even more abundance than you're experiencing. It's like compounded abundance. You're going even from the 9 to the 10 of Pentacles. And you're doing the work, so this person's not doing it for you, but they're kind of showing you the way. Through showing you, I think, what was missing, the missing piece. And that's why you're like, oh, duh. You know, like it's something that once you see it, you're like, now I see it, you know, and you can't really unsee it. All right, so your advice is the Empress again, right? So let's clarify that Empress. There's an energy of, well, it's Venusian energy, so it's love, it is self-worth, it's knowing what you value and why, what you want to grow more of in your life that feels abundant and fertile and expansive and like a garden that you want to lay in, you know? It's like when you create a life that you love, then you don't feel like you need to escape it in any way. And then you can really be present. And that is when I feel like when you're in the present moment, enjoying what you have, that's when the domino gets pushed over and things just start coming in super fast in terms of abundance and manifestation. Yeah, because I'm seeing you like trip a switch, and then it's like the 9 of Pentacles, the 10 of Pentacles, the 2 of Cups, the Ace of Cups, boom, 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 the Empress, and you're not in this alone. But at the same time, you are doing your part of it. You are taking full responsibility for your part of it, and you are going to those places and doing the work that you need to do there. Yeah, here's the Devil. And the Queen of Pentacles. There's something that you were almost judging maybe as slightly like lesser than. And so you weren't investing in it as much. It's like if you were trying to build this 9 of Pentacles, let's say, right? Abundance, achievement in the 3D realm. You might have looked at that and been like, logically, emotion and intuition is not as applicable for this. I just need to hustle. I just need to form like a strategy. So it's like you were focusing more on the masculine energy of mental and fiery like will. Like if I just form a strategy and then push through, I'll get what I want kind of thing, right? But now you're seeing that that's not actually always the case. Sometimes assertion outwards is not the answer. Sometimes intuitive and emotional understanding inwards is what actually dissolves the blocks and lets that all in, right? So you're learning lessons through love. And I think you're allowing yourself to see where it's been, where you've experienced it as heavy in the past and how that doesn't need to be the case anymore, which is awesome. All right, Virgo. Love that. Love you. We're moving on to Libra. We are moving on to Libra. Ugh. Okay. You wish you would have listened to this 2 years ago, but you were in the thick of illusions. Yeah. God is always with us if your procession is like then. Yes, that's true. Yeah, totally true, Obsidian. I agree. It's like that quote by Rumi, right? And this is kind of coming from the perspective that like God is love, God is truth and love, kind of balanced in perfect grace, right? Because God is both just and loving. Both dualities exist balanced in this state of perfect grace. And there's this quote by Rumi where he says, your task is not to seek out love. Your task is to seek out the blocks that you have built between yourself and love and remove them. Love has been here the whole time. Love has been here the whole time and it's still there. So all you really need to do is take the blinders off or remove the blockages, and then you'll see. You'll see, right? So I don't know. There's something about that. You're realizing that the blockage has not really been external, not truly. It's been internal. And that's beautiful, because while you might be kind of like, oh my gosh, I wish I had known that sooner, everything that you went through in this past cycle was both, I feel like, karmically necessary, and also it was how you learned. Like, you kind of needed to learn hands-on through the experiences that you had, is what I'm getting. So don't regret. Don't regret if you can. Don't be hard on yourself for what you kind of experienced or whatever. Everything is in perfect time, you know. You weren't supposed to arrive here earlier. You are like right on time is what I'm feeling. All right. Libra, my beautiful Librans, where are you at? Where are you? After Libra, I'm going to go to the washroom and grab a coffee from upstairs. And then we'll be back. Libra. What does Libra need to know this time? I feel like my laptop's just overheating even though I have it up on a thing. It's still doing it anyway. Okay. Let's hear the train. Yeah, that Rumi quote is amazing. I remember when I heard it, I was like, that changed my life pretty much, because it just like framed something that I already knew in a way that I was like, yes, that you said it freaking perfectly, and it just resonated right to the core of me as truth, you know? Okay. Wow. The end of Scorpio season and Pluto doing the last bit of its dirty business in Capricorn before moving into Aquarius is this season's hitting a little different, it feels like, and you can see it. How many of the signs did Judgment come out for? Plutonian energy or death, right? Scorpionic energy. But more than just that, there are big shifts that are taking place for people. And you know how I can tell that that it's Plutonian? Because it's deep. It's like, this is the kind of transformation that only happens from going to the really deep ass places. It ain't that light, shallow, superficial shit. That is for sure. Blocks are always internal. Yes, I experience so much peace nowadays. It was so wild. I thought I was going to be stuck forever in the moment. I was so hard on myself, but now I'm so patient. Me too. And at ease. Yes, yes. Isn't it beautiful when you hit that point of recognition? That point of recognition is quite beautiful. It's like, because really what that is sovereignty over your energy, and really where that comes from is full accountability over your energy, which is the realization and acceptance of the fact that, yes, blocks are always internal. And it is always our responsibility to do the work on ourselves. No one else can do that for us. And it's no one's job to wait for us while we do it, or to walk on eggshells around us so as to not trigger us. It's not their responsibility. It's nice when people consider, you know, where we're at and the things that we're still healing from. But ultimately, no one can do that healing but us on ourselves, right? And sometimes I think it feels like we look at it as like, oh, that's such a burden to have to realize that, like, the impetus is truly on me to get myself there. But then once you realize how fucking capable you are, once you really start pouring love into yourself and you understand how capable you are, it's incredibly empowering. Because you realize that anything is possible. You just have to kind of know yourself more, love yourself more. Yeah. Okay, that's too many. That's 4 cards. I just need 1. They're saying this is the one. There's one sticking up in here. They're saying that's the one. Oh, that's got a lot of writing on it. Okay. We'll do it. We'll do it. Interesting. Okay. Yes, quotes that hit home and reframe your brain for sure. I feel like those are like spiritual gifts, and sometimes they are things that, like, it's like pieces of wisdom that are so the wisdom is packed so densely into such like a little thing that it has such a high, like such a powerful influence packed into like its big punch in a little, you know, in a little package. I feel like a lot of the time people channel that wisdom, but they don't know that they are. Sometimes they know they are. Okay. Is that a 40? Is that a 3? I'm just like squinting at the screen. What's up, Libra? Hello, darlings. How art thou? I hope you're wonderful. So let's take a look at the current energies here and what wants to be highlighted for you. Okay. All right, so your current experience or your personal energy and the way that it is manifesting at this time is coming through right now as the 4 of Wands in reverse. And then there is this big quote. Okay, you can't see it because of the light, which I will read out to you because I love you. It's kind of long, but I'll read it to you and then I'll hold it up so you guys can take a screenshot if you find that it really resonates and you want to go over it again, okay? Okay, so the Four of Wands, and then this quote, it says, do you know what it means to love somebody? Do you know what it means to love a tree or a bird or a pet animal so that you take care of it, feed it, cherish it, though it may give you nothing in return? Though it may not offer you shade or follow you or depend on you? Most of us don't love in that way. We don't know what that means at all because our love is always hedged about with anxiety, jealousy, fear, which implies that we depend inwardly on another. We want to be loved. We don't just love and leave it there, but we ask something in return. And in that very asking, we become dependent. So freedom and love go together. Love is not a reaction. If I love you because you love me, that is a mere trade, a thing to be bought in the market. It is not love. To love is not to ask anything in return, not even to feel that you are giving something. And it is only such love that can know freedom. So, yeah. I feel like that's pretty powerful. Yeah, this is unconditional love, right? It's love that is not contingent on... It doesn't feel like you're giving something because it doesn't feel like you're losing something. If anything, when you're giving unconditional love, it feels as though you're gaining something because just being in that energy is such a gift. And when you're in it and you're not hedged in by anxiety, jealousy, fear, and all of these things, right? You have no need. It's like when true love is present, it fills up all the space in the room. There is no room left for fear. There is no room left for feeling like I depend on you to give that back because you already hold it, and that's why you're able to even offer it. And so it's not about like, oh, I can get something back, right? And that is when you are truly free within love. Yes, forgiveness happens much easier. Yeah, I totally feel you, Obsidian. I'm the same way. Tell me about this Four of Wands in reverse. I feel like what this is, Libra, for some of you, you grew up with parents, caretakers, family, or just loved ones, people that, okay, edit on what I just said, people that they should have, not that they should have, they didn't know how to love you for whatever reason. Not by the definition and standards of what this card says anyways. I think that they loved you conditionally. I think that they loved you to get love back, or they loved you with some sort of price tag or expectation. And for some of you, that's all that you've known. And the Four of Wands is very much about liberation, unbridled joy, and freedom in love. It's literally about a love that makes you feel liberated, passionate, and completely free, but also completely seen and safe and stable and secure at the same time. And that is a love like this one. But with the Four of Wands in reverse, it's almost like you're not... Well, let's clarify a little bit. What is that Four of Wands in reverse for Libra in their current experience? It's almost showing me like what you've experienced as love is coming through and illuminating itself. Like you're almost realizing that that was not that was not really love. Maybe it was just the best that someone could do, and maybe they did do their best. I'm not saying that these people had nefarious, like, bad intent towards you. The Nine of Wands. There is, and the Five of Swords in reverse. This is challenging for you. You are definitely recognizing this as something that is not easy. It's not just something that you can walk into your internal room and just flip a switch and it just shifts. This is something that you are... You're having to face some of your demons here in order to make this shift. And there's a part of you that is defensive about that or towards that. But there's a bigger part of you that is willing to fight, to push through. Because it's like you're telling me that you're kind of at the end of something. And that's why it feels heavy, right? Like the Nine of Wands is kind of like you've got just the last leg of that marathon to run. And it's not like you're going to give up because you've already come that far and you can literally see the finish line. But at the same time, you're like, my legs are giving out underneath me. I don't know how much more energy I can put into this. It's challenging you. It's pushing you, right? The Five of Swords in reverse. What will make this easier, this final sprint or push, is getting out of your head, bypassing your mind. And I feel like the way you can do that is by just acting. So when you get an intuitive hit, trust it and just do it. Don't give yourself time to talk yourself out of it. Don't give yourself time to question what you feel. That's what's kind of coming through as something that will just make it easier to kind of free yourself, because it's almost like you know that you want to move forwards, but there is like this little thing in the back, like you're trying to move this way and there's this little thing that's like, hey, come back here, you know, like you need to overthink that before you do that, you know. It's like, no, you don't. Nothing terrible is going to happen if you just act on what you internally feel and know without letting this guy have, you know, their say necessarily. That's not move forward stupidly with no common sense, you know. You know what I mean? It's just not getting hung up in your mind to the point that it is preventing you from moving forwards here. Okay, your primary focus is the Three of Coins, and then the Seven of Wands in reverse is your challenge. It is dropping the defenses. Being defensive about this decision that you even need to make. I think there is something that you're on the fence about. Oh, okay. It's your own happiness. It's your own, like, true, genuine wish fulfillment. The challenge is you disarming yourself enough to actually let it come into you, like come through to you, right? Intimacy, vulnerability, all of those fun things. But you're trying to bring something together, and it requires that of you. So that is what is kind of challenging you and pushing you through the last leg of this journey. I feel like this is a journey you've been on for some time, like discovering what love really is and stepping into this very pure, free expression of love. That's something that takes oftentimes many lessons to get to, because it is deep. And a lot of us do have many blocks and internal resistances to that, oddly enough, right? especially if we've never experienced it, right? If you've gone through life and you've only ever experienced love that was not like this, like people that didn't really know how to give, how to feed, care for, cherish you, even when you gave nothing back to it, because it wasn't about what they could get in return. It was about the fact that the love was freaking present, right? When you go through life and you haven't experienced that, then it can be difficult to trust, even when it is a good thing, even when you feel like it is a good thing. The Devil, the Queen of Wands in reverse, the Hermit in reverse, and the Two of Swords. Tell me how it's really going. I almost said Virgo. Libra. Maybe there's a tie between Virgo and you, or you want to watch Virgo's reading. This is pretty clear. So I just got the entire backstory on what is truly keeping you in this indecisive place, right? So it is the Devil energy here. This heavier cycle. The Queen of Wands in reverse kind of represents like not knowing yourself fully, or being, having some sort of like woundedness or insecurity, a lack of confidence, that the Hermit in reverse creates this kind of paranoia in you, or this deep fear. But the fear is coming through it's coming through you feeling insecure. It's not a fear that's actually cultivated by the situation. Like, you're getting everything you want, I feel like for some of you, you are being challenged to embrace unconditional love, right? But you have never, it's like give and embrace unconditional love. And it feels like it's coming together in a very practical kind of like one step at a time. Let's just ease ourselves into this. Let's just build something from a grounded place. You're building a foundation of something with someone. It's like you're trying to put down the foundation for unconditional love. Yeah. But the fear, the anxiety, the jealousy, the dependency, the desire to get that back, the feeling that when you give that and you don't give it back, something has been lost, right? That is what is still perpetuating, and it's creating this kind of thing in your head where you don't trust what I feel like you know. It creates this little tiny seed of doubt, which then grows into a paranoia plant, with much fruit. And it's like, you don't want that tree to prosper. The Hanged Man in reverse. Yeah, it's like it doesn't allow you to see the reality about true abundance. The Ten of Pentacles. So the recent past is the Moon, and the near future is the Queen of Swords. Something quite deep was not... there's something within yourself that's pretty deep that you were not seeing in the recent past. This is Piscean energy. There's heavy Piscean energy, actually, because the High Priestess is here too. The Moon. And the Eight of Wands in reverse. Yeah. This was blocking forward motion. Whatever this was that was hidden. Now, it could have been a hidden fear. It could have been that seed of doubt, like the root of that seed. Like you were just seeing the fruit that had been... that paranoia plant, so to speak, had birthed or whatever, right? The fruit that had grown on the branches of that, but you weren't yet seeing the root of where it all came from. That's what that feels like. There's a clarity. There's some sort of deception that you weren't really seeing about happiness. For some of you, and this might be kind of a Libran lesson, but for some of you had this idea that you couldn't be completely fulfilled and happy, and even just like in a state of unconditional love with just yourself. I feel like that's changing. You're recognizing that you very much can be your own lover. You can very much romance yourself, you know? You can start this with this unconditional love from that place. Start getting used to giving it to yourself and see how that feels and see the shift that that creates in you. And then go out and play around giving it to other people. You know what I mean? But yeah, you became aware in the past that you weren't seeing something. And the reason why you knew that was because, yeah, something was not blooming, something was not growing or moving forwards. The energy wasn't flowing effortlessly. And so you were like, there's something I'm not seeing then. That's the obvious reason why. I think that what you're addressing now is what you hadn't been seeing, which was that maybe because of the way that people loved you or what people called love in your formative years or in your most deep experiences, it's like your perception of love has been skewed because of that. And you're just now kind of seeing the actual clear, gleaming truth of it. For real. Tell me about this Queen of Swords in the near future, please, for Libra. That's your energy. Your energy, darling. The Two of Wands. The world is at your fingers. Which direction are you going to go, babe? You've got the discernment to pick the path that is going to bring you into a state of true fulfillment. The King of Coins in reverse. The Ace of Cups and Justice. There you are again. The Page of Coins and the Nine of Swords in reverse. Okay. So here's you with this choice to make, right? And one of the directions is you're going to move from a place of this King of Coins in reverse energy. I'm going to clarify how that is actually going to be manifesting to get a little more info for you. But the other way that you're given the opportunity to move is from an empowered place of genuine unconditional love here, the Ace of Cups. And you could be experiencing this with someone else, as there are two doves here on the card holding this big cup up. It's like maybe you and someone else are both learning somewhat of the same lesson about having to see and truly let in the reality of love so you can flourish and be at peace. And you're both kind of helping each other hold up this love, which makes me think that the love between the two of you, if you resonate with that, is like, it's like a heavy love, not in the sense that it is not good, but more in the sense that there's like so much love that it's like it's hanging in the air around you. It's like, you know, when they say you could cut tension with a knife, it's like the love is hanging in the air around you. But it does require you, like taking that path will require you to not be stressed out about moving forwards and offering what you have without being super focused on how it's being reciprocated at every single step, right? It's essentially like deciding that you're not going to keep score. You're going to love. You're going to love. Period. The High Priestess in reverse is what your higher self wants you to take note of, and then the World is your advice. Crack open that vault, baby. I feel like the High Priestess in reverse is like Yeah, it's all coming out, and speak it with confidence. You know, the Queen of Wands, you don't have to hide. The King of Wands, you're definitely experiencing, and the Wheel of Fortune. Spirit is trying to make this easier for you. And the way that they're attempting to make it easier for you is by giving you a little buddy. Where did that Ace of Cups go? I think I put it back, but giving you a little buddy to experience, like to hold that cup up with, right? To sort of bear the weight of this knowing with you. But they're also going to continue validating that you are on the right path, that what you are aligned with now is love. When you feel like that hesitancy or that pull, the devil, blah, 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 right, in your ear, telling you that love is something that it isn't, you have the ability to cut that out. For some of you too, be careful of like some sort of psychic attack is a strong word. It might be that strong for some of you guys. It's like you're about to tap into unconditional love, and there are forces in the world, because the world is dualistic, right, that don't want more of that evolving. And so for some reason there's another message coming through about the High Priestess in reverse, where something might be trying to like block you from really understanding what you've got in front of you. Don't let that happen. But for some of you, it's just like trickster energies and entities. And it's like, no, you don't really need to pay attention to that, because this is what you have right in front of you. And the more you lean into just like giving your love to this, the less you're going to question it as you move forwards. You have the wind at your back, Libra. Okay, tell me about the world, the advice of the world. There's a heavy cycle that you are now closing out. And after this, you're going to literally be in this state of like sitting on top of the world here. There is it's like breathing a big sigh of relief, of completion. It's like coming home, feeling as though you're coming home to love. The Emperor in reverse with justice. Well, there's you offering what is fair to all the wrong people who would just abuse their power, manipulate you, try to dominate you, try to over you, like speak into your life as if they know more than you do, when clearly they didn't, because they weren't even in dominion over themselves. They were just in their ego, you know, which is why they had to control or tell themselves they were above you to begin with. Problematic energy. Narky energy. But you essentially were the lamb, and you led yourself to the slaughter a couple times here, or to the lions, you know. There's a quote that I have that I just found. What does it say? I feel like this is relevant. Where are you? This one. The beauty of a deer cannot make a wild lion kind. Your energy did not save you from unkind things, but it wasn't because you were coming at it from an imbalanced, or it wasn't because what you were offering was not pure. You were offering the best and most liberated part of yourself that you had to offer. It's more that your understanding of this hadn't fully clicked. And so you were still accepting things that are very clearly not want, you know, not love, the kind of love that you actually really want. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Libra. Yeah. This is beautiful. I mean, the Wheel of Fortune, the World, Justice, you, the King and Queen of freaking Wands. I love it. I felt like going like they do at a poetry slam contest. I don't know why. I literally have never done that before in my life, but I felt like doing it. So, good job, Libra. Okay, we're moving on to Scorpio. What's up, Fib? All right. Oh, and happy 11:11 portal, by the way. Oh my God, it's 11:10 p.m. I just looked at the clock, and yeah, it's not 11:11 on 11:11, but it's literally 1 minute away from it. So that's a sign. I feel like you are like one little away, like a little, like one little inch away from getting everything you want. And it just changed to 11:11 right when I said that. So this is coming in. This is coming in for you. It's happening. So get ready, baby. Okay. Let's see. Scorpio. Happy birthday, babies. Okay, I'm going to say that actually after the timestamp. And before that, I'm going to go to the washroom and grab a coffee, like I said before I started Libra. This is my break, my little midstream break. And then I will be back, and we will continue forwards for the last 5 signs, starting with Scorp. So just enjoy the vibes of magic in the air right now. Maybe set some intentions, because, you know, this is quite a, it's significant. It's like, with all of these big dick change energies, it's like if you decide that you want to genuinely make the shift, babe, the shift is there for you, for the taking. It really, really is. Pluto's gonna assist you. Scorpio season's gonna assist you. Just really you pointing your consciousness at it is gonna shift the way that energy even acts or manifests or responds. You pointing your consciousness and your light at it is going to be enough to change or to start that transmutation process. So even just something as simple as just thinking and brainstorming, like, what is it that I would really like to shift? What is it that maybe has felt kind of like, hi babes, what is it that feels almost like so big and so much of a challenge to shift that you've been intimidated to try? Because the big dick energy of the present moment is so available to you, paired with like the magic of this 11:11. I'm right here. What is there to miss? But yeah, there's magic in the air. There's magic in the air, and love in the air as well for you. So I will be right back. I'll be back in like 3 to 5 minutes. But let me get Scorpio's deck. What deck do I want to use for Scorpio? What tarot deck should I use for my loves? For my loves. Oh, I'm hearing that song. In another woman that could take your spot, my love. My love. Justin Timberlake. Old school Justin Timberlake. In another woman that could take your spot. Okay. Interesting. If I wrote you a love song. Okay, we'll use this deck. This seems Scorpio vibey. Scorpio coded. We're going with that. All right, guys. I'll be back in a brief moment. Do I need anything else? No, I don't think so. I'll be right back. I love you. And then we'll carry on with Scorpio. What do you mean, how did I get back so fast? I did leave. And now I'm back. I don't know how fast it actually was. But the time that it takes to make a coffee is how long it was, basically. But yes, I have arrived. What's up, gang? Are we ready to continue? I feel revitalized just looking at it. I don't have a problem, by the way. Okay. I said I didn't want to put it there because it's in the way. It's in the way, hey. Oh, my phone is on. Sorry. I'm going to also give a little cleanse just because we're like halfway through. I want to just clear out. I don't think that, I mean, there's definitely been a common thread. Oh, that was before. Okay, gotcha. I was like, what? Did I time travel just there? Let me know if I time traveled. I can edit it to look like I time traveled. Let me see. Must put you on silent, my friend. I feel like there is a commonality, though, that is kind of running through this reading, and I like it. It's not a commonality of fuckery. Now I want my sweater off, so that's happening. Cause she's hot, then she's cold, she's yes, then she's no, she's in, then she's out. She's up, then she's down. Story of my life. Ugh. Okay, it's okay to take it off like that. I have some hat hair happening underneath here, in case you were curious. All right, Scorpio, what's going on? Why am I getting all... I'm really getting ready for this reading. Okay. Well, yeah, it might be a heavy-hitting reading because you, of all people, you guys, by the way, happy birthday, you are feeling... Oh, I should have done the timestamp before. You are feeling a lot probably right now with... There was the new moon on the 1st. There's all the Pluto action taking place. But I feel like that's a pretty liberating energy. See you at Capricorn, Obsidian. Capricorn Lisa says, hey, what's up? Thanks for hanging. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of very transformative energy, and then Scorpio season is usually just in general quite... I said this, I think, last year. I remember saying this at some point, but Scorpio season for a lot of people is about doing the work that needs to be done in order to be able to manifest or call something towards you. But I feel like for you, for us, it's more about when things tend to manifest for us because we do the work all the time. We're like, that's a normal Tuesday for me, you know, like a walk through hell. I do that midweek every week. And then I come back up the other side like nothing ever happened. Make it look hot even, you know? It's just how you guys roll. So, comment below if some big things are manifesting or coming towards you, or if you feel like an energy that's gaining momentum. Because I feel that for sure for Scorpio. All right, there we go. I can see you again. Okay, Scorpio. Let's get your cards down. Is that Boys to Men? I'm channeling that song that's like, baby, 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 baby. You know, it starts like that. What is that? Is that All My Life? Waiting for someone like you. I can't even remember the way that song goes, but all I heard was the baby, 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 baby part from the beginning. I'm pretty sure. I can only hear up to like the after that. I can't hear. Oh no, I am hearing the rest. I will never find another lover more precious than you, more precious than you. Aww. Scorpio, are you in love? Are you being... I feel like there's two versions of Scorpio. One of them is full of poison and one of them is like full of like a Shirley Temple or something, like the sweetest drink you can think of. We get like judged or judged. I think it's just a just one of the stereotypes, I guess, that people notice enough about us, but they tend to always know that the poison is there, but they don't see like the massiveness of our heart come through as much. Like that emotional loyalty when we are all in love is next level. Okay, which way are these? Yeah. I don't know what the words to that song are, but I feel like it might be a little relevant, so I'll look it up. I'll look it up when I'm done putting your cards down. And I didn't timestamp anyone else before the laying of the cards. Who else got this in their challenge? I can't remember. The strength in reverse. The being like open and vulnerable. Was it? I don't know. Leo or Virgo, maybe? I want to let all of your cards just fall on their own for some reason, too. So maybe that is also something you're like, I'm not going to push something. I'm not going to try to dictate it. I'm not going to try to control it. Not even really myself within it. And that doesn't mean I'm going to lose control in like a negative way. But it's kind of more like, I'm going to let go. Emotionally, intimately, sexually, but you know, you're letting the best of you out. Apparently, that's what it feels like. You're like taking the lid off of off the box, your heart-shaped box, Scorpio. All right, come on. I've been locked inside your heart-shaped box. Accurate to the extreme next level. Yeah, went through a psychic upgrade a little bit. A little bit. What do you want me to see or before I move forwards? Why are you not shooting the next card out? It might be that a manifestation for you, quite a large manifestation, is in a state of suspension. I guess I'm just gonna dive into this reading while I'm still pulling the cards because I'm kind of being guided to do that. All of these are messages for you. Don't be afraid to just dive in. You don't have to have everything perfectly laid out before you give it your all moving forwards with something. In fact, it's better if you don't for some reason. It's better if you don't. It's like what seems like you being at a disadvantage is actually you having a leg up with something. But it's like, don't be a tryhard. Do less, if anything. Oh, this is very fucking scorpionic. The most scorpionic reading perhaps that I have ever done, and that would truly be saying something. Okay. There's something that you really want to see clearly. You need to see it clearly here. And I feel like it's because you are going all in and you need to feel settled, right? Emotionally, specifically, before you put yourself out there like that. You're fixed water. When you're not settled in your emotion, you really can't give your whole heart because you're still like in wavy waters, stormy waters within yourself. So you can't show up consistently for someone else in a trusting, loyal, supportive, deep, and, insightful and loving kind of way. So there's something, so you're experiencing the current situation, or your energy is the High Priestess. Yeah. Whatever you think you're right. You're actually incredibly tuned in to your emotions, and not just that, but like the subconscious and energetic tides of your surroundings, your intimate connections, the collective, basically whatever you want to tap into, you could tap into it. You know what I'm saying? You have the potential to do that. But they're telling me that there's a contingency sort of thing here, or it's contingent on something. Scorpio, this is like the final hurdle before your rocky moment, and you're so close. In fact, you can see the finish line, and I think you already know what needs to happen for you to get there. And once you get there, it's all over for these bitches. It's like there is nothing, quite literally, once you get into this space that can bring you down. And I'm not even saying that in like an arrogant way. It's just nothing can fuck with this state. Nothing can influence this state except for you. And here's what it is. Ready? It's not going to be easy for Scorpios. Something needs to be dropped, and this is what needs to be dropped. So any type of like resentment, any type of poison or venomous sort of vibes that you have still held on to some degree, it's time to forgive. And the forgiveness isn't happening for you or for them. It's happening for you. Why? Because like what comes in is whatever you are trying to manifest. This is the only thing that is holding back that manifestation. So you tell me what's on the line, right? But this is the other oracle card that came out. See all human behavior as one of two things, either love or a call for love. Marianne Williamson. So this is forgiveness and deep unconditional love. And it's like you don't have to project like your best love and energy towards something that hurt you. But I feel like you do have literally the responsibility to yourself to release this. It's time, and it either already has started eroding you from the inside a little bit, or it will from this point forwards. It's like this is the expiration date for holding this within you before it starts becoming really detrimental. Because the universe wants to give you what you're asking for. It really wants to, because your power is so strong to manifest right now. And the universe is like, hell yeah, let me respond in kind. Let me bring these baddies what they are desiring. But you got to make space for it. And the thing is, we feel everything with such intensity that when we be feeling this way, it really can kind of consume a part of us. But that is why you are being asked to release it right now. It's not even that it doesn't matter or it never mattered. It's not about that, but you don't have to hold on to something and revisit it and like brood over it for it to still matter, right? It matters because of the growth that you gained from it anyways. This person was just a catalyst, whatever this was. So you can let go of this. It's not even personal, right? And the way to let go is through this approach or perspective. So once you realize that there literally is only love, then you start looking at everyone as someone who either holds love and radiates love, or someone who is calling out for love. And that call, like, people scream out for love, act out because of a lack of love in many different ways. So it could be manifesting in the people around you in like a numerous ways, right? But you know, people don't act the best when they're not being loved well. People thrive and I don't know, people really reach their greatest heights when they're loved well. It's like that space is created for them to truly flourish. And so you're in this very powerful energy, and I don't know if I already mentioned this, but the High Priestess is the energy of the moon. I think I did. So you're very tapped into your emotions and your intuition right now, and you're in a state of trusting that, and you're trying to kind of release. Well, you are releasing, because this is your current personal energy. You've let go of the weight of that fire, that aggression. Yeah, here, the Tower, Mars energy. You kind of like let it burn, you know? You don't have to pray for them to burn in hell. You just let the whole situation burn, and it no longer, like, it ceases to affect you now. That's very powerful, Scorp. You're very tuned in. I feel like you are going through upgrades, ascensions, activations, or there's some sort of, it's like something is reaching out to you through the thinness of the veil in our season here and offering you some sort of arcane knowledge. It's like deep spiritual wisdom that you are integrating at this time. And I think that that's what has ultimately led you and kept you in this, even when the intensity of your more shadowy feelings can be so consuming, right? It's like, again, the love is the trump card. Love is the trump card for everything. The greatest lie ever told probably is that love is a weakness or a vulnerability. No. Quite the opposite. Okay. The Page of Wands is your primary focus at this time, and then your challenge is Strength in reverse. And I'm pretty sure that it was Virgo maybe, or Leo that had this. I think it was Virgo. But an earlier sign had strength in reverse as their challenge. I'm pretty sure. You're focused on being optimistic is what this feels like, and hopeful. Again, you're kind of sucking the poison out. And you're putting the sugary drink in, you know, or something healthy, the green smoothie, whatever floats your boat, okay? But this is what is taking the place of that may they burn in hell kind of energy, which is, might seem fiery and like, for a while, I think Scorpios use that to kind of drive them forwards, right? It's like we take the intensity of our pain and we use it as fuel to like push us forwards into, oftentimes into great success because we're like, I'm gonna show that motherfucker, you know. Or I'm gonna show myself. Sometimes it's I'm gonna show myself. But this is what you're trying to fill that space with. You're draining the venom or the poison, and you're really focused on keeping sort of glass half full perspective. Tell me about this Page of Wands. Okay. The Seven of Cups. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. This is literally such a hopeful energy that it's turning fantasy into reality. Because it's not afraid to dream big and to also take a little bit of a risk or a chance if the thing is worth it. It's like leaping out into the unknown, knowing that a myriad of different outcomes are possible, but kind of trusting that the best possible outcome is what will occur. That's kind of what it looks like that you're trying to focus on here. There could be someone connected to you, I just gotta say this, that is quite like... I feel like they're giving to more people than just you, if you get what I'm saying. I don't know. The Page of Wands, although that would be more if the Page of Wands was in reverse. It's in the upright, but the Page of Wands can just be a very like free-spirited and open person, you know? And the Seven of Cups can be about like options, like taking a sip from a lot of drinks, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. And maybe that's not even someone close to you being connected to a lot of other people. This could also just be a lot of external energies, influences around you, kind of circling you, like third party energies, which can be anything, right? That can be a person that is thinking about you or projecting something at you. That could be like the energy of a work situation. That could be family situation. It can be really anything, but I'm seeing that there's someone here that's kind of surrounded by a lot of options and also a lot of influences. It's kind of Neptunian energy. It could be confusing, but I see you focused on facing even like the unknown or possibly confusion with, it's almost like you're viewing it as an adventure. Yeah, the Empress. The Empress. You're like, I'm that bad bitch and I'll be fine, you know? I'll be fine. Let me go on this adventure. Let me see what happens. And instead of thinking of the worst case scenario, let me consider the best thing that could happen instead. Because they're just as likely, right? The chances are just as likely of something failing as something succeeding. So the only difference is when you choose to take a pessimistic approach, that is the self-fulfilling prophecy or energy that you're pouring into it. And you, by extension, are making the situation more likely to fail when you hold that within you, right? That's kind of the only difference that sways whether something is more or less likely, though. Energetically. It's what you feed it. Okay, strength in reverse is your challenge or lesson. Partly this is about pride. There's a lesson in pride integration here. listening more than you speak, receiving more than you try to assert or give, doing the things that make you feel uncomfortable, doing some things that make you feel a little unnatural to the ego, or maybe just to your very independent or egoic part of yourself that you identify with. There's something about weakening that a little bit, or just allowing it to soften. It's not a weakening. It's like making it malleable. This is kind of like the energy of something's coming in to your life that you are trying to like merge with or make space for, to integrate it into your life in a major way. But there's a lot of unknown. And so there's something here about softening so that what can be will be. And it's so interesting to me how they wouldn't let me pull past the next card, which is the recent past. And the Magician is what came out in the recent past. In the recent past, you took out your scorpionic loudspeaker and you said, "This is what I want, universe. Tap, tap, is this thing on?" And the universe heard you loud and motherfucking clear. Scorp, your order was received. Wow. The Nine of Pentacles is at the bottom of the deck. And the Page of Pentacles. For some of you, you're gaining a new opportunity here. The Sun, the King of Cups, Temperance, the Queen of Wands. Oh my gosh. You are calling in a lot of things at once, I feel like. You're calling in a new opportunities that are abundant and that just bring joy and lightness into your life, depth of intuition and emotion, a sort of tempered, unified, harmonious, and balanced state within yourself that creates a lot of genuine confidence, not the confidence that needs to try to prove itself to anyone, even yourself. Like, this is you entering a state of just beautiful just being, and your heart is so open. The Page of Cups and the Queen of Cups. That is like the kind of love that is truly angelic love. Like, actually, it's like the love of a mother and the love of an angel had a baby, and that's the love that's here. So whether it's you sharing that with somebody else or you just radiating and holding that yourself, like cultivating that within yourself, that's the challenge. That is what you're softening into or softening for. So it's worth like, what are you losing by humbling yourself? Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, babe, at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know. What if you get to the end of your life and you're like, oh, I picked all those fights, I had all those defenses, I blocked myself from things that could have been amazing because I had to be right. I had to be the louder person. I had to be the stronger person. I had to be the more dominant person. I had to be the leader rather than an equal. You know, all of these things with our ego, they get in our way, and they're so stupid at the end of the day. Like, it's the smaller self talking when it's the ego. And when you're in it, you're like, yeah, like you're fully agreeing with it passionately. But then when you step out of it, you're like, what? No, like, that's not how I actually feel, or like, that wasn't a good look on me. It's just not worth it, you know, to be in it when it's not working for you. But regardless, in your recent past, the wish went out, and they wouldn't let me pull the rest of the cards until now. And the only other cards that are left is what's coming in the near future, what your higher self wants you to take note of, and a piece of advice to get you where you want to be. So this is telling me, like, the future is open for you. It really is so like abundantly open. Like, look at that. That's literally like anything. Anything could happen. Like, literally anything that you fantasize or dream or imagine or write down, script, speak into existence is going to be, but it has to be from this place of a completely disarmed heart. That is the loudspeaker. The loudspeaker is how it's like when you do rise above the ego, your frequency rises up as well because you're in your higher self. And from that place, basically, it's like the volume gets turned up with your frequency. So when you then speak to the universe fucking hears you more because your ego's not blocking you anymore. It's not muffling shit, right? So speak from that disarmed place, because I can't even begin to tell you how much power you have right now. But this has already gone out. This is in the recent past. So you've already done this. So, okay, are you going to tell me anything about what's coming in the near future? They really wanted you to know, though, like for me to stop there, they really do want you to know that this is something that the power is completely in your hands. Nothing is set in stone right now. Yes, the wish has gone out, but you need to get aligned with it. Whatever you have to do to get aligned with it in order to receive it when it comes in, right? That's what you need to do, I feel. What's coming in the near future? Time is so weird right now because I have no idea how long I've been talking for you. Like, what? Because I forgot your timestamp. So I'm like, well, I'm just out here. It's not giving me your near future. Okay. Tell me the message from the higher self. It's like they really want you to know. Yeah, I'm seeing blank pages in a book. How are the pages blank, though, when... Okay, I'm just going to go off the rails with this reading a little bit because I don't feel like they're gonna... I don't feel like the end of it is meant to be what the end is for everybody else for some reason. I feel like I need to focus on the Magician energy because that's the last card that they allowed me to pull for you. So I'm actually going to clear the rest of the cards, and I'm just going to focus on that Magician. And we'll see what's up with that. Okay. Okay, so what's going on with this Magician? Yeah, it says abracadabra behind him. As I speak, I create, right? As I speak the reality I want in the present, I create my reality. Because I know that I have everything at my disposal, every single element, because I am everything, right? There's 777 on this card as well. I've never noticed that before. So for some of you, that is a synchronicity to watch for. What's he have in his mouth? I don't know what that is. Okay. For some of you as well, there are three very divine manifestations or gifts that are coming to you, and it could be in the form of anything. It could be in the form of healing. It could be in the form of something removing itself from your life. It could be in the form of love or a new opportunity. I feel like the things that are coming into you, they can take many forms, and that's probably why they didn't want me to really ask what's in the near future. Because again, anything is possible. Why are the pages blank? Why are the pages blank? I'm hearing that Natasha Bedingfield song where she's like, the rest is still unwritten. I don't know what the... Oh, Scorpio. You're so cute. The Eight of Wands in reverse. This is such a flex. You're flexing so hard right now. It's kind of hot, not gonna lie. You're like, yes, I'm aware that I'm holding the loudspeaker. I know that I could ask for anything. The thing is, I don't need anything right now because I am already in a space of this love. And so you're kind of leaving the future open and sort of saying, it's kind of an energy of like, surprise me to the universe. It's like, you know me, right? I trust that you know me. Show me how good it can be. That's kind of what you're saying. It's like, let me show you how much I trust myself, my power, and the universe. Let me not project anything onto the future. Let me not write on those blank pages. Let's just see what comes up. And it's because you know the energy that you are in. Okay, Bala, look at you go. My God, that is so beautiful. You're not pushing the energy at all. You're not trying to. You don't have to. You could move it so easily, but you don't have to. And I think you understand that people that feel like, see, you're flexing by not flexing, by having the power to flex and choosing not to, but knowing that you could if you wanted to. That's true power. The people that have power and they have to go out and flex in front of everybody to make themselves look better than everybody else, that is small dick energy, right? So I love this, honestly, so much. The Chariot, you're just, and the Ace of Swords. Spirit's like, yeah, that was the truth. Yeah. This is propelling you forwards at such an insane rate, and it's just kind of beautiful. Okay, I'm going to leave your reading there. That is like, just, I feel like that's what wanted to come through. Sorry, it was a little bit chaotic. I don't pick the way these things channel through. I just hold the space for them. But I'm proud of you because it looks like you have done the work. And it would be so easy for you to be in a place where you could like be braggy about it, but you're like, no, that's unattractive, you know? That's an ick for me. So you're like, I don't need to. I love that. I love that for you. Personally, for us. Okay. Yeah. It's like just love is enough. It really is. You don't have to be like the most powerful sorcerer in all the lands. You don't have to be the most pure nun in all of the lands. You don't have to be anything but love and loved. And that has no desire to prove itself because it says everything without saying anything, that energy. It is the loudest energy that you can embody. So go forth and prosper, Scorpio. It is just beautiful, honestly. Okay, we're moving on to Sag. That was very, that was different. That was different, Scorpio. But we're different, and I like it. Personally. Okay. Sag. No idea where Scorpio started, but we will figure that out after. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this deck for you. Okay. Sagittarius. need to know? For my Sagittarians. Me, literally every single time I see my cat, it's Luna. I get so excited. Loons. Loons. She's my familiar. Don't even start with me. She's also a very independent woman, though, so she's kind of just doing her own thing right now. She will bless us with her presence if she decides that we are worthy. Okay. Oh, wait. Do you need water? Or are you going to your litter box? Which one is it? We'll know momentarily. If there's no scratching in her litter box, I'm just going to go quickly turn the sink on for her. She drinks out of the sink, and the sink only. Okay, let's get Sag's cards. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Okay. I think she wants water. Suggest. Luna Bean. She's, I think, yeah, she's went into the washroom, not her washroom, the human washroom. She'll probably come out and meow at me if I don't go in there. It's weird. Okay. Hearing that. It's you. The moon in reverse, the 9 of Cups. It's not bad though. It's not a bad thing that you're in reverse, don't worry. Actually, all of your cards are in reverse. Wow, with you in reverse at the bottom of the deck. Wow. Very interesting. That hasn't happened for anybody else. Wow. Okay. Let me go turn the sink on and then I'll come back and timestamp and we'll get into this. Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing, I gotta say. Ugh. Do you need some water, Betty? Yeah, I saw you. Here. She is such a little turkey. All right. Close the window. This will work because I kind of want it on. Hello? Ah! It worked. Okay. Re-entry stage left. I have returned. My energy is even more me tonight than it usually is. I love that. Okay. Hi, Sag. I hope that you guys are doing well. So, let's take a look at these energies for you. Okay. So, first of all, notable, all of your cards came out in reverse, literally all of them, every single one. And then at the bottom of the deck when I finished is Temperance in reverse to top it all off, you, and the Moon in reverse. So, something has been revealed to you. I feel like it has to do with what the final goal is kind of what's coming through. What's the final goal? And by that I mean, what is the highest star that you're shooting for here? Because I feel like you're seeing kind of like a little genie lamp is what is kind of being revealed to you. I feel very much like this state of stasis was intentionally and consciously chosen by you and instigated by you. I don't feel like this is stagnant energy in your life that you can't move. I don't feel that at all. I feel like you chose this. And you chose it and put everything on hold for a reason. And it's because you don't want to... You're about to create something. And you want to make sure it's right. Because it needs to be the Sun and the Nine of Cups. And you're cutting out anything that would cause you pain, anything that isn't on a higher level, doesn't have the highest perspective that you have. If your sight is not at the same level as somebody else's, then whether you like them a lot or not, you're letting them go. If they cannot love... If it's not a balance in the give and take in basically every area, let's just say it that way, then you're not inviting them to sit in the sun with you, essentially. Okay, so your current experience or personal energy right now is the Nine of Swords in reverse. You're so unbothered. You're just like, yeah, it's all good, baby. This is again why I know that you put this into play. This is a power move, by the way. You also have this oracle card, the quote by Albert Einstein: condemnation without investigation is the highest form of ignorance. Exactly. You put something on hold so that you could, before you make a judgment call, you could give it a thorough investigation, right? You're not in a hurry. There's this very chill, at ease, grounded kind of energy that is beautiful for you, and it is indicative of a highly evolved Sagittarius. Because your energy is usually beautiful, don't get me wrong, but it's usually a little bit more violently chaotic but cute, you know. It's more, you're a wildfire and we love you, but it's more like, I don't even know what the right word for it even is, because it's not a bad thing. It's just that you haven't reached that really, like, the thing about Temperance, right, the energy is this is literally taking everything inside of you and creating a unified, integrated, balanced, and harmonious state. And then that is your perception. So then that is how you start acting and living, and that becomes the truth of your whole reality. Okay, sounds great in theory, right? But how difficult is it to actually get there? Pretty difficult for a lot of people. You're standing at the threshold of that. You're trying to figure out what you want, who you want around you. Fireplace. Okay, your primary focus at this time is the Page of Wands in reverse. What's that? Nine of Wands in reverse, something that's slowing you down. Queen of Wands, the Chariot. You are moving fast. There's something connected to you. Another thing connected to you, I feel like, that is more grounded in and steady and reliable. Not that you're not reliable, but your energy is coming through as confident, adventurous, and very, like, there's an emotional assuredness. You're like, no, I know how I feel. I know who I am. I know what I'm capable of. I'm moving in that direction. And someone else is like, I'm coming with you. Boom. And you're like just on fire. But you guys are moving in the same direction. And you're moving towards the same pentacle, the same opportunity. So I don't know what this Page of Wands in reverse is. This is feeling like an energy outside of you, for sure. With the Nine of Wands in reverse, it's something that you feel like is like your Achilles heel or the thorn in your side or something that you are, I don't know, plucking out, removing. Someone that you don't trust, you see them as very like full of themselves, but in like an immature, childlike kind of way, not even like an evolved kind of way. Just like, I think you do see this person as ignorant. And it's almost like you're trying not to, you're not seeing them as ignorant in the sense that you're judging them, but you're aware that you don't want to take that approach with what you're doing right now, right? That's why you're putting everything on hold to investigate before you kind of make a judgment call. You see this person as someone who just kind of thinks they know everything, and so they just wildly sort of, I don't know. Tell me more about the Page of Wands in reverse. It's interesting. It's more just like you feel the contrast in energy between where the two of you are, or how the two of you present or manifest your energy, choose to express your energy. You're just in very different places. And that's what it's about. Exactly. They are in the Sun in reverse. They are in the Queen of Wands in reverse, right? What you got, they don't got right now, and that's okay. They're just in a different space. But we already talked about, like, you're not inviting people to sit in the sun with you necessarily, because you can't. It's not like you can pull everybody into the sun with you, or else the world would be a perfect, beautiful place, right? It's like people have to choose to be in that state of mind, in that frequency. And so it's like, the things that misalign are the things that you're removing, and this person is one of them. So I don't know who that is for you. Ace of Swords in reverse, King of Coins in reverse. This is your challenge or lesson. There's a truth about the level of abundance that you're actually capable of achieving here. In any area. This could have nothing to do with money if that's not something that even like interests or drives you, right? But if it does, it doesn't matter. You're not any like lesser spiritual because you value the enjoyment of the 3D experience. Honestly, you're not. That's like a spiritually elitist kind of perspective. And it's, you're here to experience whatever you want to experience, right? You have free will. But you're not realizing that you can kind of have whatever you want here. And I think that there's something here also about like you feel weird asking for something. So maybe that's why I felt called to say, like, to validate if you want to call in, like, I'm going to be a billionaire, then call in being a billionaire. You know, don't like shame or guilt yourself. Don't be like, I'm less spiritual because I care about money. It's like, enjoy your life. To be spiritual, you don't have to be a martyr. Source is literally like love and only wants you to experience, like, to have the most amazing experience. It's not like, oh, you're bad if you partake of the human experience in certain ways. So, however, that abundance most appeals to you, or if it appeals to you, maybe in an array of ways. Maybe it's like an abundance of wisdom or esoteric knowledge or something that you want to call in, an abundance of truth. Maybe it's an abundance of love, an abundance of intimacy, community, connection, success in really any area. It can look like anything. So, the reason I was validating, like, let it be literally wherever your truest desire pulls you, and try not to condemn or judge that, right? Try not to condemn or judge your own desire without at least investigating it. And I think that might be what you're doing right now in a way. Because again, you're trying to figure out what you kind of want, right? To be what you want the sun to look like for you. Because it is a state of mind, and it's not like Disneyland where it's one location that everybody visits. The sun is whatever brings you that feeling or puts you in that energy, right? Whatever all the pieces are that curate the sun for you specifically is what it is. So it's allowed to look different for everybody, and you're allowed to change your mind about what it looks like too. Whoa. Okay, and the Knight of Cups is here with Judgment and the Eight of Wands. You made a decision, death. Wow. You use the Scorpio season to the best of your abilities, I feel like, Sag. And that's why you're in such a place of confidence and power, honestly. The Knight of Cups was in reverse in the recent past, and then it kind of flipped and spun. With the Judgment card, I feel like your judgment call of someone shifted in the past here. And you may have had a conversation with this person with the Eight of Wands that like transpired and changed things or evolved things. But I'm seeing that energy shifted between you and someone quite rapidly in the past here. Or if this wasn't someone outside of you, then this Knight of Cups in reverse energy is your own energy. And it's like something shifted in your heart that kind of, it's almost like a heart activation, a heart expansion, or something that cracked you open. But in a pretty deep kind of way. Okay. In the near future is the Three of Coins in reverse. What's that? I heard deconstructing. So there's a hair on me and it's driving me crazy. Where are you? What are you taking apart here? It could be the foundation that you've already built because you are realizing that you want to put something else there instead. Upon investigation, you're realizing you want to do some disassembling here. Keep in mind also, destruction is a form of creation. So that could also be part of this. You're realizing that even by deconstructing something, that in itself is an act of creation because something new is coming out of that being torn apart, right? So there's power in that process as well. I see you doing that with something in the near future here. Deconstructing something. Okay. Do you want to tell me more about what that is? Four of coins in reverse. Damn. It's not just like a one bedroom renovation. It's like a we're gutting the place kind of thing. That's what that feels like. We're gutting the place. We're literally taking it down to bare bones, to the foundation of something. So I think it's, geez, the fireplace doing that is freaking me out. There's something intuitively that you know hasn't been working, and it's like you're softening or disassembling something. So it could be a way of relating to someone or just people in general. But you are kind of taking the pieces apart, investigating, seeing how you can put something together or create something strong in that space. That's kind of what it feels like with that. All of the cards, even the signifiers that are on the table, are all in reverse still, except for Plutonian energy with the Judgment card. Oh my. Oh, it is strong energy. It's really powerful energy. And the thing is, you have to be very, you have to be pretty powerful to hold this. It's not even about holding it necessarily. It's, you're the conduit. You just kind of want to know where to aim it and be really certain about that. That's why you're taking your time to investigate a little bit. Okay, what your higher self would like you to take note of at this time, and a piece of advice. They want you to take note of the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, and your advice is the 10 of Wands in reverse. I heard clean up on aisle 4. Aisle 4. Clean up. So there's some sort of weight that wants to be dropped here, and it could be something. It could be with either a Cancer, because they are connected to the 4th house, or like a Pisces or an Aries, maybe. Someone with strong Pisces or Aries who was born in April. Or no, that wouldn't be a Pisces. That would be an Aries or a Taurus. There's something that does need to be dropped, like a weight, but it's coming through as like a cleanup or a closure, or something brought, like loose ends tied up, something brought to a tidier conclusion, maybe. What's the Wheel of Fortune in reverse? Why does your higher self want you to take note of this? Well, this is Jupiter energy. It's your ruler. Interesting. I heard the blind leading the blind. The message is coming through with this, Sag, is trust yourself. Do you know what I mean? Michael Jackson. How can I say this? It's like there's a lot of people around right now acting like they know what's up, but they're really just the blind leading the blind. There's something about that. I don't know completely what the context of that is for you, and it could be different for everyone, but it's kind of giving that energy of like, Sag, if all of your friends jumped off the cliff, would you jump off the cliff? And the thing is, you're too smart for that. You take risks because from an intelligent and intuitive place. You only jump off points that are hold a level of optimism, you know? It's like you're not just jumping off a building knowing that you're going to be splattered on the pavement below. It's you're jumping off because you have like a paraglider, or you know that it's not like a suicide mission. But there's something here where you're meant to choose something. Choose love. It could be just choosing this new form of yourself, or it could be choosing this person that your judgment shifted on in the recent past. Because you saw someone differently. You saw someone clearly. Pluto helped you with this. Something deeply transformed in you, and you saw the truth of something, either yourself or a connection that you're in. And you're meant to decisively choose that. There's something about this that's very strong. What song is that? Who is that? Where they're like, we'll keep dancing till the world ends. I don't know what song that is. I don't think that's a song I listened to. I just heard that part. The blind leading the blind, keep dancing till the world ends. It's like... hey, it's Armageddon out there. What was that movie or that TV show? It's like hang out while the world ends kind of energy. It's, I'm not being serious, obviously. It's kind of like coming through as a joke, but there's someone here that makes the whole experience feel a lot lighter with you, and they match you well in that point. They could be a Gemini or have strong Gemini placement. It's your sister sign, and I find that the two of you do get along pretty well, but I'm seeing that. It's like the wheel is, I don't know. There's something about people being somewhat misguided. It's like they're steering the ship blindly, thinking that they're in alignment with something that it feels kind of like they're not, though. They're being deceived or something like that. Or what they are giving as advice is not accurate for your situation. Maybe that's more what it is. It's like, it could be what I said before about a lot of people feeling like they are kind of lost in a haze right now, and you needing to trust yourself as like your own guru and your own inner knowing as word, right? But there's something else about the decisions that other people would make, or the advice that they would give you, is not going to lead you to your destiny, to your fortune, to where you are actually meant to be. Choosing this is what will lead you there. So you have to trust it. I know you usually don't like ask for advice that often, I feel like, but now's not the time to do it. If you were thinking about it, you can trust yourself, but above all, trust your heart. And the beautiful thing about you taking the time to do this, investigating, right, is not only knowing then, like being totally certain about the choice moving forwards, but I don't know, you're just in this very calm energy. You know where you're at. You're happy with where you're at. I feel like keep choosing where you're at. Keep, like, if you're happy with what you're creating, then amplify what you're creating. Lean into the things that are already really like fulfilling for you, and more of that will come through, is kind of what I'm feeling. But of course, if you have like specific manifestations at this time as well, like it's looking like you can kind of make that decision. Call in whatever you want. Okay. We're moving on to Capricorn. I love you, Sag. the sync off for Luna. Okay. Obsidian. We are connected. That's funny too, because in between I like took a break and like went and made a coffee, so the timing is truly divine. I guess I'm tapped into your energy. Okay, let me go turn the sync off. And then I wonder if it's like getting cold and gonna snow outside or something, because why are my lips so dry all of a sudden? Make it make sense. Okay, I'll be back in one moment. Cap. Ugh. Okay, here we are again. Capricorn. Okay, what does Cappy need to know? Spirit. This is weird because I'm gaining energy as we go. You guys, what is life? Yeah, I'm not becoming drained at all, which is interesting. Okay. Most important message for Capricorns, the Capricorn collective, that most need this message at this time. What insight do they need into the energies? Okay. Okay. Why? My goodness. Good. Okay, well that's good. Let me not judge before everything's done. Okay. Two more. Turn this down so it's not as overheaty. Two more. Okay. I feel like a cramp almost, like in my sacral. Like I feel like I have cramps basically, and there's no reason why I should right now if you catch my drift. So that's weird, and I didn't before. It's literally just kind of like a pain there right now. So interesting. I'm gonna keep reaching over there for this. This here. Okay, let's get an oracle card for Cappy. Okay. Oh, why did I want to put that over there? Why did so many fall out? Okay. What is this? Okay. Let me clarify different cards for you. Weird. Okay, I have to turn this up or I cannot see what timestamp is. Okay. What's up, Cap? All right. Let's look at these energies a little bit and see what is being highlighted for you or what insight you're meant to receive at this time or validation, however you want to look at it. Okay, so your current experience or energy is coming through as the Ace of Cups in reverse. So let's see more about that. Knight of Pentacles in reverse, Ten of Cups in reverse. Okay. I'm hearing that Love No More song where they're like, I don't want your love no more. That's not what I'm looking for. I don't know who sings that, but it's called Love No More, I'm pretty sure. Ace of Cups in reverse, Knight of Pentacles in reverse, Ten of Cups in reverse. You're like, nothing could entice me to move in that direction. Literally nothing. You would have to pull teeth to get me to move towards you. And I do feel like this is some sort of offer of like love or being a certain something with someone here. There's some level of commitment and you're like, no, 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 no. Mm-mm. I am not, I don't know. It's like I'm not tying myself to that sinking ship kind of energy, but I don't know why I said sinking ship. I don't really know. Okay, well, your primary focus at this time is the King of Cups in reverse. I don't think that's you. I think that's this person that's offering you, for lack of a, like, gentler way to say it, it's whoever you're rejecting. They could be a Scorpio. That King of Cups in reverse. They don't have to be. The Five of Cups, the Nine of Swords, and the Sun. You feel like this person has a really big ego. Yeah, they might be a Scorpio, a Cancer, a Leo. There's the Sun and Strength together, so they could be a Leo, or have strong Leo, but they don't have to. I don't know. It's just like what this, don't get me wrong, the King of Cups is not like a bad guy at all. I love this energy anyways, when it's in the upright. But this particular King of Cups too doesn't really, like, I don't know. It does and it doesn't seem like an accurate representation of the energy to me. To me, it's a little too like, and love, like unconditional love is kind of like freer than this, I feel. But also Scorpio energy is fixed water. You just still seems too contained for me. It's like, and again, I'm saying for me, right? So I feel like this is a personal, it's like whatever this person, it just doesn't float your boat, honestly. And I don't even feel like it's personal necessarily. It's just like, that's not what I'm looking for, you know? That's not what I'm looking for. That's what it's coming through as. But you could be disappointing someone or hurting someone. I don't think you're meaning to. Again, I think it's pretty clear cut for you. It's just not someone you want to build with. Your challenge or lesson is the King of Swords in reverse. And keep in mind, this could be reversed, I guess, for some of you, if it resonates that way. And if it's not your reading, that's okay as well. Check your other placements. But there's something that has been on hold or halted here because all of your cards came out in reverse. Much like Sag's reading, so you might want to watch them too. But their reading was quite a different vibe. Yes and no. I mean, the only card in the upright is your advice, which is basically saying you've got the power, make shit happen. What's the King of Swords in reverse as the challenge or lesson? There's something about not... Yeah. Not getting in your ego, because I think there's something about, like I said, this person being in their ego. I'm really seeing this kind of as like a sparring match between you and somebody, Cap, and it could be energetic, it could be verbal with the King of Swords in reverse there, but it's kind of like these two kings not really in their highest, come on, I'm trying to pick you up, not in their highest expression of self, facing off with each other. And it's almost coming through like what's gonna be formed from this is like the Five of Swords energy, which is where nobody really wins because basically you're sinking to somebody else's level, or you're allowing someone who is hurt and triggered to trigger you, and then you're you're reacting rather than responding. I don't know. There's something that you can see through eyes of love and do softly, or do it. It's like that quote, never cut what you can untie kind of thing. Do no harm, but take no shit sort of vibe. You don't have to be like a savage, you know, in your rejection of this person or this opportunity or future, whatever it is. If it's not another person, then this is just, it could be an old dream that you had, that you thought that love and like a long-term 10 of Cups kind of thing looked a certain way. And now something massive has shifted in you and you've decided you don't want to move in that direction. That's not actually what you desire anymore. And in that case, then you're focused on the places where you've been keeping yourself emotionally unfulfilled, or you've been detached from your emotions. And so you haven't really been able to meet your emotional needs. And your challenge would be like getting out of your ego, or your smaller mind more so that you can kind of expand into matching, I don't know, I guess what you want to create your new reality as, rather than, expand into success out of just this like overthinking, stressed out energy. Okay. In the recent past is the Page of Wands in reverse. You gave or received bad news is what this is coming through as. It could be you, again, sort of like this person, letting this person know. There's the 9 of Swords again, and the 6 of Wands again. The 10 of Swords. For some of you, this is all your own energy. And in the recent past, you let anxiety and fear win, so to speak. You let this win. And essentially what I mean by that is you had kind of this pessimistic, and it was very black and white. See how this Page of Wands has no color? It's interesting to me because the Page of Wands is a very colorful character. But it's like you had this black and white perception that was born out of mostly anxiety, which was kind of guiding you. And I think the anxiety came from like a valid place. You know, something caused this. Something kind of took something from you that was very important at one point, you feel. And it caused you to put some guards up as you moved away from the past, whatever that was that had kind of hurt you, right? You were always moving towards the sun. It's just you were moving there while simultaneously in this energy, like honoring this energy, which is possible. You can honor pain and still be moving towards the sun, still be walking with your face towards the sun while experiencing the 3 of Swords. But I feel like because there was that combination, at times you didn't know that you were walking towards the sun because your head like created some sort of illusion. Maybe you didn't believe that you could be both wounded and expanding into abundance simultaneously, but I feel like you were, whether you knew it or not. In the near future is the 4 of Cups in reverse. And then you have this oracle card, which says shadow work, visualization, tenacity, upgrade, and protection. There is something that caused you to put a halt to whatever this was. This could have been something that you were moving towards or you were open to, and then it screeched to a halt is what I'm getting, like an absolute standstill or revoking of your energy towards whatever this dream was of emotional fulfillment, whether you had someone particular in mind or not. It was just your idea of like what that would look like, you know? You've done some shadow work, and through that, your vision has become clearer. And through the clarifying of your vision, like you more deeply understanding, I feel like, why you want what you want and what you do want, your strength in that and your will to push towards that has become so much stronger. Because you kind of leveled up through doing this shadow work, gaining the clarity, gaining that assuredness, this has given you, it's like your energy is protecting itself, but without you even trying. It's just naturally creating this like impenetrable protective bubble or orb around you. And I feel like it's really just your aura, but you've expanded and pushed it out. And it's also like anything that comes near it is just immediately transmuted just by your energy. Again, you're not having to think about this or do it consciously. It just is happening. And you're feeling yourself coming out of this deeper, heavier energy. And I don't think it was super heavy. It was just it kind of feels just like the energy of when you are doing shadow work, right? It's like you're kind of focused more on the things that you're attempting to improve, and because your focus is on those spaces, the energy can get a little denser. But then once you deal with it and you transmute that with love, then you come back out of that, right? That's how Scorpio can go deep down, come back up again, deep down, back up, and continually cycle through that rebirth, that death and rebirth, death and phoenix rising over and over and over again, because the death is just shadow work, a part of you being integrated and recognized, and then you coming back up from that, right? So that's what's happening for you in the near future. You're coming back up after doing this work, and you have a clearer view of what you really want and why. And it isn't whatever this is. I can tell you that with certainty. Okay, what your higher self wants you to take note of is the Two of Cups in reverse. And then your advice is the Eight of Wands with this oracle card that came out, which says how to say fuck you in a nice way, and has this girl reading the book. This is about sending a message, or sending a message either energetically, like through your action, through your vibe, or through your actual words or expression. Again, there is the opportunity that you will have to, take someone, heads will roll kind of vibes here. It is savage, like I said before. It is a little intense. Or you have this alternative where you're still saying the same thing but gentler, right? But I feel like there's a part of you that really wants to say something, to like tell someone about themselves. Yeah. And you kind of feel not entitled, but you do know what is up. You do know what is fair. You are coming from a place of balance, love, genuinely loving yourself, seeing yourself clearly, doing the work, gaining the higher perspective. And this King of Cups in reverse energy, it just does not... It's like that line in 10 Things I Hate About You, where he's like talking about Kat's sister. And he's like, no offense, but she is without. And Julia Stiles is like, what? And he's like, she's without. Like, she doesn't have that thing, she doesn't got it. Tell me about the Two of Cups in reverse. So you're either realizing a way that you had kept yourself not having something that is very attainable to you, and has been all along, but it's almost like you didn't realize you were pushing it away for some reason. Or else this is about someone else. But it could very well be your own personal journey of like integration and, ascension. The Hermit in reverse. The Knight of Swords. Page of Cups in reverse. Knight of Cups in reverse. What? It's like someone is rushing in. Why am I getting so many movie quotes? It's like when the scarecrow in the in the Wizard of Oz says, but some people with no brains do a lot of talking, don't they? It's like, yes. Sometimes they really do, But it's like, this is someone that kind of has... It's not that you're better than this person. It's that you did the work, but they did not, So you did the shadow work, and you cleared your vision, and you got the upgrade. This person, they didn't look within themselves. They didn't go on that journey of self-discovery, and so they didn't gain the insight, but they're still speaking as if they have the insight. That's the best way I can say it. But yeah, your higher self is like, this is not it's just not, it's like it's not able to unify or integrate with you, or it's not meant to, at least for sure not at this time, because you're not on, it would be like mixing oil and water, and it would drain you. I feel like you've gained some life force energy with this Ace of Wands through that healing work that you did while you were walking towards the sun, right? That was some real shit. I feel like you really worked through some stuff here. If you collaborate with someone who's not in alignment with you, this gets diminished in some way. It's like an energy leak is created. And it's just because in some way you're having to sacrifice something to meet them where they are at, or you're sinking to where they're at in some sort of like very particular response to them that you have. So I just want to say, like, say what you need to say, assert your energy, but do it how you feel like you won't have any regrets. You won't be like, wow, I looked just as egoic as that person, or I got triggered and spoke out my ass or showed my ass, and now I feel like an idiot. It's like, you can still get your point across, you know, never cut what you can untie, essentially. There are karmic, I don't know, everything is action and reaction, right? You're ruled by Saturn. I don't gotta tell you, but we're in karma season, heavy karma season. So, you know what to do. I love you, Capricorn. We're gonna move on to Aqua now. Let me see here. Zombie tarot. Yes, I do. Aquarius, my sweets. What does Aquarius need to know at this time? Let's see. All right. Aqua. Yeah, that energy surrounding you, Capricorn, it just feels heavy. It has like a certain density to it. And I don't mean like evil, terrible. I just mean not enlightened, not like lifted, not light. It's just dense. There's something about it that is in the dark, very much in the dark. Just felt a little heavy. I'm gonna cleanse a little before I pull Aquarian's cards. And it's not that it was terrible, but you know, it just is what it is. It's just a little bit wherever they're at on their journey, kind of whatever they are processing through. Wow. Turn to the King and Queen of Wands, so that could be something. This pair, the Zombie Tarot. I love it. That's clear. That's clear. But that is a big part of the season of Scorpio. You just played the most intense blue sphere sonic level with that Capricorn. Yeah. Yeah. I love that you're just playing Sonic and listening to me still. Okay. leave that right there to just do its thing. Oh, okay. My foot is cramped because I was sitting on it. Okay. Okay. What does Aquarius need to know? He's bringing something up to heal that I don't think he's going to acknowledge. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I feel you, Obsidian. Sometimes too, though, it's like, I don't know. I feel like you know when your words or your energy or knowledge is kind of like falling on deaf ears to say it. I don't know. That's just the way it's coming through. It's kind of like, it's almost like at some point you're speaking a foreign language to people who are just not where you're at. It's like what you're saying isn't really resonating with them, and that's just because you're not where they're at. So, all right. I feel like all of your cards just fell out on the floor in a pile, but I don't know how many this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And these ones are the 7th placement. Okay. Well, that was easy. Wow. Whoa. Damn. Okay. Tell me about that, Aquarian's current experience. Whoa, okay. Can I have one for the message from the higher self as well? Wow. Okay. What's going on, Aquarius? Let's see. What time are we at? 6:06. Okay. Hi, Aqua. All right. We are on Aquarius right now. Dahlia? Does that say Dahlia? Sorry, my eyes are kind of tired right now. There's a light shining in them as well. Yeah, it's always up here in the right-hand corner of the screen. But if you need the timestamp to a sign that I've already passed, let me know because I have them written down. So I'll tell you where to go. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Aquarius. So, the current energy that you are in, or your current experience, is the 3 of Swords in reverse. And then you have this card, which is, it also came out in reverse, but I'll show you it in the upright just so you can read it. This is Brand New lyrics. The band is actually named Brand New. And it says, I've seen more spine in jellyfish. This is an intense song. If you know, you know. Oh my goodness. The pop punk war of the early 2000s that took place between Taking Back Sunday and Brand New. But basically, One pop punk band's lead singer cheated. His girlfriend cheated with the other one, and the two bands became like mortal enemies. And they would write like diss songs to each other, and this was one of them from Brand New. And he said, okay, it's really intense. So, said, have another drink and drive yourself home. I hope there's ice on all the roads and you can think of me when you forget your seatbelt and again when your head goes through the windshield. Is that what you call tact? You're as subtle as a brick in the small of my back, so let's end this call and end this conversation. And is that what you call a getaway? Tell me what you got away with, because I've seen more spine in jellyfish and I've seen more guts in 11-year-old kids. So it's a lot. He had some anger to get out, I guess, but there's someone here to say it like, I don't know. Well, what's the Three of Swords in reverse? Because you're telling me that you're not really hurt by something, but I think it's because you straight up don't respect something that was offered to you. So it's kind of like, it's like that song by the Knocks that's like, you can't break my heart because I was never in love. You don't have the ability to hurt me because... My gosh. But then there's another energy. Yeah, that's about Brand New. I love that you know Brand New. I mean, we're not behind Jesse's bullshit. Like, the lead singer is apparently kind of a scumbag. But if we can just appreciate just the art for one moment. So good. But yeah, and even the fact that that song, right, came out, there's like mortal enemy vibes here, but it's weird because, I don't know, there's also like true lover vibes here, but I feel like they're two different people that are around you. There's one person that you never fully gave your heart or your trust or your investment of energy to. And so when they show you their true colors, it doesn't affect you. But then there's someone else that is like your ride or die person, I feel like. They might be the person that you marry, or you could already be married to them. Because the Three of Cups in the zombie tarot is like this bride and husband. But it's with the Five of Pentacles and the Seven of Swords. It's almost like coming through as in someone not seeing something, and then you popping out of like a phase of isolation or something and being like, psych. Like, I don't know. This would be like your ex that you don't have any respect for, doesn't hear from you for a while, and they're watching for you, and then all of a sudden you come out of the woodworks and you're like, I'm married to like my person, and me being out in the cold or something was all an illusion, you know? It's like, oh, you thought because you didn't know what I was up to that I wasn't up to anything? Or it's something like that. But you've healed from something. You've healed because you were never really super hurt, I feel like, by it. But then there's someone else that you very much have respect for, and you know exactly how you feel for this person, and you are like, you have strength of character. And the contrast between the two like entities, even if it's two sides of you, you could be being very honest with yourself in order to heal something, and you're looking at one side and you're like, that side isn't always a good look. That side is maybe like, is the side that sacrifices themselves to people please, or It's like you're not impressed with the way that one side of you maybe has not stood up, and the other side of you that would boldly take action on what you know suffers. Okay, so what you're focused on, your primary focus is the world. It's this Saturnian energy, one of your rulers. And then your challenge or lesson is the moon, Piscean energy. You also have Capricorn energy here too. So there's something going down. Something is burning down here. But then you're in your bunker with your lover, like I said before. And they're just like, all right, let's make out, you know? Let's start our family after Armageddon and repopulate the world. It's like, but something is burning, and it's almost like someone or something is throwing everything they got at you, and it's not even touching you. And it's not because it's insignificant what they're projecting at you. It's just not strong enough to penetrate whatever you've got going on here. It's not for lack of trying, though, and it's not that this person has no energetic strength. The Emperor. It's because you're not alone. Again, it's like the lover or whoever you're very sure about here. It could be not even a lover. It could be like just someone that you know is in your corner. Like, you know that they have strength of character, that they would do the right thing, that if push came to shove, they would have your back. It's like you trust this person. The Zombie Tarot has the Emperor like protecting their son. It's like this is someone you can truly count with the things that matter, you know? Whereas this other person is like the opposite of that. You feel as though you wouldn't trust them to fly your magic carpet. You know, when he's like, do you trust me? You're like, no, I don't. What's the moon? So yeah, something is closing out in a pretty serious kind of way here, and you're focused on it, but also you're kind of just letting it happen in your peripheral. You can sense the energy, but you're not really letting it. It's like someone is, I'm hearing, love will tear us apart again. I feel like something is trying to tear you and this person apart. And maybe it's like, again, the part of you that doesn't want to fight for something or be brave enough to pursue like a bold love like this. Or it could be like a jealous energy from outside of you that's kind of projecting. So this could be someone you were with that didn't want you to move on, or I don't know. And you don't need to ever be afraid of the energy that other people project at you, like ever. Because just with a simple setting of an intention for it to not impact you, your free will and the power of your intention just does the rest. So literally just set the intention and then believe it, and don't allow fear to seep in. You know, brand new too. And Jellyfish, what's up? Rewire your fire. That's awesome. I love that. Oh my gosh, sorry, there's something in my eyeball, you guys. Okay, what's the moon? See, this is where the challenge is, though, because right after I said, I just finished saying, right, like there's a fear that you don't want to be focusing on, letting it in, because you are at peace, you are protected, and you have backup as well. You're not just like on your own and protected in a safe space. You are literally, you have like your ride or die with you, and it's like you and me against the world, babe, kind of thing. Yeah, look, here's another card that's sending a similar message. It's the 10 of Cups, and in the background something is like a city is burning, and they're on this island with their kids just like living it up. There's very much something here about this, like, for sure. There's something that you know intuitively you are avoiding. You're like, skirt, you know, like, oh, you thought you could. Oh, you want to talk about moms. It's like someone really thought they had you know, had it in the bag. And then you schooled them. But I don't think you were trying to. It's more so they are feeling the deep like disappointment of this because they expected or anticipated to, I don't know, project something at you that would really affect you. It looks like, which is weird. I'm not sure who would be doing that, but yeah, again, it's nothing that you need to be afraid of or worried about. The fact that there's something in my eye, though, it's like they were trying to, whatever this energy is, they could have been projecting like a something that wasn't true at you, or they wanted you to believe something that was not reality, either about someone else so that you would not give them a chance or end up with them, or they didn't want you to see the truth about them. I don't know, but it kind of seems like they're projecting ideas that are not really yours at you, that could have manifested as like an energy lingering around you that created confusion or like pessimism or just weird things that might have popped out in waves or spurts out of you that were fueled by fear. But it's like you didn't put them there. I don't know how to explain. You could have been influenced when you were dreaming. I don't know. This is a very specific message, so if it's not yours, don't take it. Okay, Aqua, but I have to say what I'm getting. But it's like something flew in, had access or something, had this key, and it influenced it like planted seeds of doubt or fear or something. Now that's odd. Or whether if this is just you and your own energy, then it's like your subconscious, right? There was fears bubbling up from your subconscious that were still affecting or influencing you that you were not aware of. Huh. Yeah, it's interesting. It's someone that did have a level of access to your energy, though. So you would have given that to them at some point. I feel like you've revoked it, like consciously revoked it now, or you will after you hear this message. And again, all you have to do is say like, yeah, you have no access to my energy. And there is kind of a salty vibe though, because I was just hearing I Don't Fuck With You by Lil Sean. But yeah, it's like you put out the message, I don't fuck with you, you know? But even that song is pretty intense, like, and so is the brand new one. So there is an element of you that's like, fuckery be gone. And you do feel some kind of way about it. Even though this didn't affect you the way that it chose to, it still kind of like pisses you off. I don't know how else to explain it. So either you're kind of mad you didn't notice this about yourself sooner, or you're just like, why? Who hurt you? Like, why are you like that, you know? Because of someone who's projecting at you. But yeah, so the challenge or the lesson is to kind of overcome these fears with love and emotional clarity, which you have. And then also open your mind to let new beliefs in that are like higher than your fears. They're transcended above your fear. So yeah, the challenge is to transcend up above your fear essentially here. In the past is the Eight of Swords. This is another card of being afraid though, and being actually caged in by your fear. See? Unable to escape. But it's mental. Like, obviously, this isn't a real scene. It's probably something that this person is imagining or fearing or making up in their mind, right? So all along, this fear wasn't really, it's not that it wasn't valid, but it it was based on something that someone else was planting or projecting onto you. It wasn't really based on something that you truly believed or actually feared yourself. I don't know if that makes sense. So it was either some fear being triggered in your subconscious that was kind of planting this in your reality, like it was manifesting in different ways you weren't noticing, or it was someone that was projecting this, and they could have been doing that consciously, or it could have just been coming through like evil eye, which is really just where people are thinking about you in a jealous way or in a wishing not the best on you kind of way. Doesn't have to be like someone sitting down and doing a blood ritual with, you know, the black magic. I'm not going to clarify that anymore. What's the Five of Wands in the near future here? Tell me what the Five of Wands. Nine of Pentacles in reverse. There's some sort of competitive energy here in the near future that is causing a little bit of like what is that? Five of Wands though. What is the cause of that? Because the outcome of it is potentially the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. So it's like there could be some sort of instability in your physical world, or like I don't want to say like a loss necessarily. Strength in reverse. It's like a weakening. A weakening. Not necessarily a full loss. But what's it coming from with the Five of Wands? The Empress in reverse. Justice, the Wheel of Fortune at the bottom of the deck, the Ace of Pentacles. Leave it to karma. Leave it to karma, darling. Trust me. This looks like you engaging with that energy, and you're giving away your abundant energy by doing that. It's like something triggering your ego, maybe. But in the near future, it has the potential to take you out of this abundant energy. I feel like right now you're headed in this direction. But there's kind of a warning here, and it's something maybe that is just going to pop up. With the Five of Wands, it's nothing that serious. It's just like, again, it's competitive, kind of a competitive energy, someone that just wants to fight or bring their bullshit to your front door. But justice will prevail, and you don't have to even lift a finger, you know. There's a new opportunity that's coming towards you that you're meant to stay focused on, because it's very close to manifesting. This is kind of like someone's last ditch attempt at distracting you right before you pull something really big in, because you are in the energy of the Empress, and both justice and the Wheel of Fortune are backing you. So it's like divine timing, check. Personal empowerment, check. Fuckery at your front door, check. Close the blinds, turn the lights off, you're not home, okay? That's what I'm seeing. What your higher self wants you to take note of is the Devil in reverse. You're out of the woods already, honestly. Yeah, you've already dropped the weight because you saw the truth of something. Two of Cups in reverse. You could have Capricorn in your chart or be connected to that reading in some way. But, my gosh, can you guys hear the fireplace like going boom and then like going out again? The Devil in reverse with this I don't care card. You don't need to give this any more attention, literally. It's like when he wrote this diss song, right? I can't remember who wrote the first diss song. But I think that this one was actually a response. So shots were fired, and then there was a reaction, right? Sometimes the only way to beat the devil is by not playing. Don't even care enough to engage, because then it is taking literally nothing from you. It's taking not even the tiniest bit of your focus, your power, your consciousness. Someone or something only has the power to anger you or pull you off of your desired trajectory if you permit them to do so. Only if you give them the anger to affect, or the anger to affect you, the ability to affect you. Some of you need to watch out for your anger, though, being triggered. There's also this card clarifying: humanitarian, which is very much you; rebel, very much you; warrior, guru, and whistleblower, very much you. This is not coming at you for no reason, Aqua. I mean, nothing happens for no reason, but you're leveling up, and there's some truth that you have that is important. It's important that you fight to share this truth, to spread it, to blow the whistle on something that maybe has been perpetuated that is not true. This is part of your specific destiny here. This is something that your soul came here, I feel like, to accomplish. And that's why there is some sort of resistant energy that's kind of popping up. I saw this meme one time that said, maybe I can find it on my phone. Hold on. It's about video games, but it's very okay. It says, if I've learned anything from video games, it is that when you meet enemies, it means that you're going in the right direction. Right. When do you ever play a video game and where you get to the end of the level, it gets easier? You know what I mean? Never. That is never in the history, I feel like, of video games has that happened. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I'm not a huge video game player. But it's like generally things get harder, right? So you're coming up against resistance not because something isn't for you. It's the exact opposite. You're stepping into your empowerment, and this energy is trying to throw you off that through tempting you with something. It's like there's a trap being laid. Again, not to be dramatic. Take this as subtly or as dramatically as it applies for you, your specific situation. The Four of Wands in the upright and the Nine of Cups in reverse is your advice. You're building something that is requiring you to color outside the lines, but the gift that it's giving you is so... It's like something you didn't expect, but you desired, and the universe, like, read your heart. I can't remember what it is. I think it might be in Psalms, but in, like, the Bible, the Christian Bible, there's some sort of verse about, like, how sometimes you don't even have to speak the desires of your heart. Like God will just, or source, or the universe, or however you kind of want to see it, your higher self, it has the ability to just read your heart. And if that desire that you're radiating from the heart is communicated purely and clearly enough, then sometimes it just comes in, because that's how it is, you know? There was something here where you were in a good place already. You were in the Nine of Cups, but it was an isolated fulfillment, you know? Like, you were very good on your own. You got to a genuine place of I love myself, for real. I see, accept, and love myself for real is kind of what I'm seeing with that. And now, because you reached that, you're ready to up level to, I feel like, adding someone else to the mix, or evolving into a higher expression of yourself even, right? All of a sudden, you're not alone. It's a party. It's a party. And you're just, yeah. Let's see, clarify that a little bit. But I feel like it is saying don't be afraid to level up. You're not, you might have the path of, yeah, the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups and the Four of Wands. Some of you have met like a soulmate here. For sure. But yeah, you have an important path to walk. This humanitarian path of being the rebel, the warrior, and the guru, and the whistleblower all at once. All of these things serve like humankind in different ways, right? You're willing to walk in a different direction than everybody else. You're willing to go to war for what is right. You're willing to cultivate wisdom so that you can share it, and you're willing to speak truth when nobody else will, especially about difficult subjects. But you don't have to walk that path by yourself, and I don't think you were necessarily anticipating the gift that came to you in the form of this person that is aligned with you. But I like it. All right, we're moving on to Pisces. I love you, Aqua. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see what's going on with my fishies before my laptop loses its shit completely. And before I lose steam eventually. Okay. Pisces. My little Pisces. Little Pisces. My beautiful angelfish. My great white sharks. You're kind of just the ocean itself embodied in human form. So pick anything within that realm that you see yourself as, and that is kind of what you are. Okay. Let's see. Last but never least, what does Pisces need to know about the current energies and what they are experiencing? Death and the Chariot on the split. The other two water signs, Cancer and Scorpio, representing, wow, what's this flying out? The Emperor, the Six of Wands in reverse, the Ten of Swords, and the Three of Pentacles. What? Okay. That's kind of like transforming tragedy into an epic win, or what could have been tragic into an epic outcome instead. Let's see though. What's going on for Pisces? Ooh. Yes. Love to see it. Two more cards. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let's get you an oracle card and see what's going on here. Okay, nothing's coming out of there. Let me pick up some new cards out of this deck still. It's weird. Okay. I'm gonna come from here instead. I get okay. What the hell? Okay. Let's see. That's interesting too. Okay, I feel like that's a message. Let me timestamp to tell you. Yeah. Okay. That was meant to happen for a reason, for sure. Okay. Hi, Pisces. How are you doing, my loves? I hope you're doing as well as possible. So when I was pulling your oracle card, I had part of my deck in my hands that I was pulling from. And then I kept shuffling and shuffling and it never came out. And they said to like grab a different set of cards, still from the same deck. I feel like there's a message here about something that you might be looking to answer or looking to for answers is not providing you, or it's not meant to provide you the answer that you're looking for. So just like I grabbed a new set of cards and it was from the same deck though. So there's something there about that. It's not like you're far off. It's just you're kind of looking in the wrong direction somehow. Okay. So take that how you will. But this card was also at the bottom of the deck. It says other people might not understand what you're doing and that's okay. And then it says they're not you. You know what it takes to get where you're going. That might not look familiar to others. Don't let it discourage you from walking your own path. So you could be getting advice from people within your circle maybe. But it's like they can't really support you because they don't see your vision and they're not really supposed to understand your vision. There might be other people within your friend circle that are more suitable to ask for advice or something at this time, something like that. Or you have access to some sort of wisdom that will spit out sort of the knowledge that you're looking for, but it's not wherever you're initially looking for it for some reason. Okay, so your current experience or energy is the 9 of Wands in reverse is what it came through as. I like this because it's kind of coming through like coming to, yeah, it's like Moses parting the Red Sea kind of vibes. It's like very strength of will and this assuredness that I will be able to do this. So it's like coming to a sea or an ocean that you have to cross, and just like putting down your staff in the middle, and it's like, and the sides, like it parts and you can walk right through. There's something very powerful about the way that you are clearing your way forwards right now, and you know it because this is the energy you're in. The thing too is it's not taking a ton of energy from you. It's happening relatively effortlessly for there being that much push behind it. And I think I know why. I think it's because your primary focus right now is judgment. So you're taking full advantage. You're harnessing that Plutonian energy. This is Pluto. And yeah, that'll do it. That'll be the boost. If anything's going to boost you, the planet of power, yes. That's what that looks like. You're harnessing these transformative energies, and you are not harnessing them, but you're kind of like directing it. Yeah. Tell me more about judgment. Why is this Pisces focus at this time? The Queen of Wands in reverse and the Six of Swords. You're overcoming an old insecurity that kept you from something you really wanted, kept you from fully investing, and therefore kept you from fully accomplishing something that I feel like you are very capable of accomplishing. But there's still there's still like a little bit of healing here that either you don't realize you've actually already done, and you won't really see it until you kind of move forwards. It's almost like it's like you're swimming underwater and you're trying to get to like the next landmass or something, right? Or you could be moving like underground, and you have to pop your head up to see like where you're at in the overall scheme of things, is kind of what is coming up. You've already healed something. You already have the confidence, and you have this backing. Yeah, look at you. You're in your freaking power. There you are, the moon. There's the Wheel of Fortune turning in your favor because you've done the healing work and you're moving forwards confidently. So I'm not entirely sure why you're still perceiving yourself as having an insecurity, because whoa. Okay, I see what it is. Oh, Pisces. This is really big, whatever this is. So, okay, I like that you're aware of this already. But basically, you're bringing this transformative energy to this. It's almost like a core wound. It could be an inner child wound, but it's something very deep that you're transmuting or transforming within yourself into power. And the thing is, you already did this. And because you did this, you manifested a lot of beautiful things in, and you're still calling a lot of beautiful things in. But like there you are, the moon. So you called in your sovereign personal power, the magician, the energy to clearly and strongly communicate with the universe what it is that you want. And then the Lovers. Some of you manifested a partner, and it's very much for you. The Ten of Cups and the Three of Cups. Ten of Pentacles is also on the table. Just saying. And so is Justice. So make it make sense. You're like, all of this is like on a silver platter in front of you. It's like all of this can be yours, like Simba's dad telling him as the light hits it. But you're like, what about that one dark off limits place? I need to go there instead of staying in the light. It's the insecure part of you that would rather, I don't think it's an insecurity in yourself necessarily. It's more like a disbelief in good things this good maybe, because this is a really good thing, or this is like a bunch of really good things that are coming in together. But you're hesitating to leap fully into it. And it's because you remember the pain. You remember the pain of something that happened before that is not this thing that's being offered to you now. And the dark place that you go to reside rather than in the sun, rather than leaping into the sun, is the place where that resides. That fear or insecurity of, oh, maybe I made the wrong choices in the past and I connected with people that really hurt me and then it took me like years to recover. Can I really trust that this person is someone that I can trust? But meanwhile, it's like your epic soul connection, you know, once in a lifetime thing. This is just kind of an example to give you an idea. But you're aware of this and you're using this Plutonian energy to redirect your trajectory. Here with the Six of Swords, that's like creating new, this is very powerful. It's kind of like creating new like neural pathways is how it's coming through directing this energy in whatever way you want it to go. And the swords are it's your intellect, it's your way of thinking, your beliefs, the things that dictate your reality at the end of the day, because your perception and how you frame things will be how you experience them, right? That will be how you see it, so that will be how you experience it. So you're choosing to see things in a different way through using this powerful energy to redirect you so that this is no longer in your line of sight. And once it's out of your line of sight, once you stop looking at it, I think then you're going to realize you already healed it and dropped it like way back there. It's just you maybe didn't recognize that you did. That's kind of interesting. Okay. Let me see. But yeah, the Lovers. I put the Judgment card back accidentally. Your greatest challenge is the Four of Cups. Who else got this? Was it Capricorn? Or Sag? I can't remember. I think someone else recently got this card too that says, this girl reading the book that says how to say fuck you in a nice way. But it's with the Four of Cups. This is kind of the same message as whatever that sign, the other sign that got this. It was kind of a warning that's like, it might feel good to give someone a piece of your mind in the moment, but long term, it's not going to feel fulfilling. Like, it's not going to bring you peace and joy to do this, you know? Even if they are kind of acting like a fool, a foolio, and they deserve it. Deserve it, right? It's like, let the universe sort that out. Let karma sort that out. Trust me, it's coming in for you. Coming in hot. You don't got to worry about that, you know? Don't push any of this incredibly potent energy in that direction, because I feel like it will just lead to disappointment. That's kind of your challenge, okay? So if you frame it that way, like, keep in mind the power that you have behind you at this time. Plutonian energy plus you in your power with the Moon card. That's a lot. That is a lot, because you usually communicate with quite a bit of strength to the universe. On a normal day, you kind of have that connection. So this is like that on steroids. Tenfold. Okay. In the recent past is the Five of Swords in reverse, and then the near future is Justice. The Five of Swords in reverse. You cleared something that was pinning you down. See how in this Five of Swords, it's like your own mind pinned you down here in some sort of way. Your own mental approach to something. This could just be that you kept on screwing yourself over by continually looking at that insecurity that no longer really truly existed in you. You'd already kind of evolved beyond that. But the more you kept looking at it, it's like something was erased and you kept going back and like re-outlining it and then telling yourself that it was still there, you know? It was only there because you were carrying the torch of it forwards, but you're actually beyond it. And I feel like you're going to see this soon. This actually happened in the recent past, so maybe you just haven't realized it yet. So I feel like this is where that happened, where you kind of disconnected from looking at, or you decided you weren't going to revisit that insecurity anymore, or you don't wish to give it any more power. Because you let that go. So it must have been quite a deep belief. I can tell by how much energy you felt necessary to point and push towards this to help you release it. It was either something that has been established and in place for a very long time, like a cornerstone insecurity that has impacted you basically your whole life, or it was just one that it was like a dirty little secret. Like, you know, those ways that sometimes we as humans just secretly enjoy beating ourselves up because then, I don't know why, it's sometimes easier to feel like crap about ourselves than to understand how truly powerful and beautiful we are, you know? But I think you were convincing yourself that you weren't good enough for something, or I don't know. What's justice in the near future? There's some sort of balance that's been struck, though. And it's, you didn't completely wipe out your shadow. You just integrated it through acknowledging it one last time and then shifting the way that you think about it. That's how you integrated and transmuted that and made it work for you. And this is what's coming in as a result. Let's see, like the light and the dark are still present. Both sides of the scale are needed to create balance. Can you tell me more about justice in the near future for Pisces? Seven of Pentacles, Page of Cups. You're taking something into your own hands here. It could be a deeper investment into a connection that you have with somebody. That lover's energy that came out, perhaps. Just, you know, going out on a limb here. But it's interesting because there was the potential for this to go wrong, like terribly wrong. You're choosing a different direction, right? You're choosing a successful direction, but had you chosen the other way, the Tower and the Ten of Swords. And even here, it's kind of like with this Seven of Pentacles, it's like this dude's seen some shit. You know, it's like he had this big investment and then a tornado blew through his garden or his crops. But he's still got these pentacles in his hand. He's still got enough to rub together to make something happen. And he's still got his heart. And that is like way more than enough, you know. He still has his own energy to invest. Nothing has really been lost here. So everything that he invested is going to come back to him somehow, some way anyways. That's the law of the universe. So there's something here about you choosing your heart, and it's like it doesn't matter if things have been a little bit rocky up until this point. You're no longer focusing on that. You're allowing balance to be established. I was going to say reestablished, but I don't know if it ever actually truly existed in whatever this situation was. There was an investment, but what had been invested or built so far, it's like it needed to go through some level of transmutation or death and rebirth here, because it was built on or connected to you perceiving that you were still in that insecure energy. So it's like you're coming at it from a much more disarmed childlike, loving, dreamy, you vibe. You're in your power. The universe is responding to that as well. Okay, so lastly, what your higher self wants you to take note of at this time, as well as a piece of advice to support you at this time. So your higher self wants you to know the 10 of Pentacles. Okay. You did this. Oh my gosh. You did this. You really did. In this 10 of Pentacles, there's just one person there by themselves, which is quite interesting. It's like, I built this legacy. What's up, Haley? It's like, yeah, I did that, you know? I did that. I created something that's going to make waves, that's going to truly last. I created something that is going to extend beyond just me and beyond. It's like, I'm going to leave something beautiful behind when I leave this place. You've planted something here that is blooming or coming to fruition in the near future. It's on its way to you. And you really did this for yourself. It's almost like you flourished in a, I wanted to say like in a loveless landscape, which sounds so intense and dramatic. But it's like you really were surrounded by I don't know, things or people or situations that just kind of kept taking from you and cutting you down. But somehow you still evolved and flourished because the love was always within you all along. That's what built this 10 of Pentacles. That's what the 10 of Pentacles is ultimately built on for you. And that's why I think that your higher self here is kind of giving you a pat on the back. Like this, there was a lot that wasn't healed. There was a lot that wasn't reconciled within you. There was a lot that you weren't seeing, is what your higher self is saying at one point in time. And you made the active decision and then acted on that decision to cut out or sever anything that did not empower you. King of Wands in reverse. So yeah, your spirit is like, you did that. You go, Glen Coco. You know, it's like, yeah, you did. And when it comes in, you're going to have that 10 of Pentacles and you're going to be like, yeah, we did it. You know, it's a we did it moment that's coming up in the near future. And I feel like it is so well deserved. So don't let anything like taint it or bring you down. Okay. Your advice is the 4 of Wands in reverse. And then it came out with these oracle cards here. So the 4 of Wands in reverse. And then there's this one, which is 2 hands intertwined being held together. And then there's this where they're like, hey, Goob, what's up? Cool binder. Hey, Goob, want to come over to my house today? And he walks by with his head down and he's like, Goob, they all hated me. So there's something here where it's a misconception that you have kind of perceived yourself as being unlovable in some sort of way. Nuh-uh. Love was here all along, babe. And it's here right now. You just have to choose it. And it doesn't have to be complicated either. It doesn't have to be complicated either, right? You don't have to, I don't know. It's like a structure you can be free and safe within at the same time. You don't have to be like walking down this hallway all alone. And the interesting thing is, people were not seeing you the way you were seeing yourself this entire time. People were seeing the truth of you. They were seeing your light. You were perceiving your reality this way, and it's because of this this insecurity that you were carrying, this weight. Oh, Pisces. It's time to be happy. It's time to be in love. All right. I love you. Goes without saying, but I freaking love you. Thanks, Hayley. Your next 2 weeks. Okay. Let me see. I love you, Pisces. I love you, watchers, everybody who has been hanging out. Thank you so much for spending time with me and contributing your beautiful energy and vibes to the live, even if you weren't talking in the chat. You being here is enough. I appreciate you so much. Truly, I do not take this strange little telepathic connection that we have with one another for granted. You guys benefit me so much, and I just feel like I have to say it all the time because I love you. But I hope that you know this is not a one-sided thing, you know? You and I, we got something. And I appreciate it. So thank you for being here and for supporting me. All right. That being said, I'm going to get on to Hayley's super chat question here before I let you beautiful people go. Or you're welcome to go now, I guess, if you don't want to stick around for this part. Let's see. Let's use this deck for you. Let me actually timestamp first. The fireplace. I think it must be something with the gas line or something that's like iffy. I'm gonna have to look into that. Or else, you know, witchy things happening. Scorpio season, spooky season. Wouldn't put it past it. Okay. You're definitely in the midst of some sort of divine shift or change that you're meant to be trusting. It's almost like find calm within the chaos through leaning on your inner divinity and your guides. You're very supported and protected. Like, your reading is starting at 7:05. That's your timestamp. To me, the number 7 is very much a divine number, and 5 is all about a shift that's taking place or a change. So you could be going through even more of that this upcoming week. Okay, what do I want to ask for you? I'll ask the overall theme of the week, the most prominent energy that you will be radiating, and then I'll get like, I'll ask for the themes of each week, because you said 2 weeks. Your energy in each of them, and then one like standout thing that's going to happen maybe, or event that you'll be experiencing for each week as well. Let's do that. I feel like that covers it. How are you doing, by the way? Vic. The next 2 weeks. Tell me about Hales. What's going on for my Hales? Okay, I like this. Excuse me. All right. Okay. And then, oh yeah, okay, one. Okay. Wow. Okay, well, whatever happens in the next 2 weeks for sure leads to something incredible, but I'm going to talk about what is at the bottom of the deck at the end. I think I'll use a different deck to clarify, and I'll go over that after we look at these 2 weeks specifically. But okay, so the first week, this upcoming week, actually, I'm just going to clarify with the Oracle deck that I have instead of Tarot. So let's just do that instead. Maybe this. Okay. Spirit's like, no, that's not where you want to take from. Okay. The theme of the first week is the Three of Cups. So I see you having a good time. I see you, maybe you go out dancing. Maybe you're with friends. You're with a community that you appreciate. The sun is shining. The palm trees are palming. Things are good overall. The only thing is that the energy that you are in somehow within this as well is the Five of Swords. So it's kind of like bringing a boner killer to the party a little bit. So this is the boner killer. It's the mind doing something here, right? And I feel like it's a perpetuated fear. Tell me more about that. Tell me about the Five of Swords. But there's two wolves on this. And one of them is biting the neck of another and drawing blood, which is weird. So let me just see. It could be an interaction that is a little bit like, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, you know? What's the Five of Swords? This could be someone. Okay, so it's interesting. I feel like this is the energy that you're in because it's just it's the experience that you're feeling most prominently next week. It's like the most influential thing that you experience. And it's tied to this card, which is what I asked for as the most important event. And it's the Knight of Swords. So it's the Five of Swords and the Knight of Swords. And this is what it looks like. So with the Knight of Swords, it's like this that's delivered by someone is like the like in of a knife, and there is some blood drawn. It's nothing serious though. It's like it's just a flesh wound, but what it really gives you is the missing piece. Something here might sting, but it's like the truth will set you free, you know? It has to have its way with you first, but once it's done that, you will see very clearly. And overall, the energy of the week is the Three of Cups. So I'm not that worried, but I am seeing that there's something that is just, something is communicated for sure in maybe like a heated conversation. So you could run into, you know, while you're home, someone that you have a conversation with. But I feel like you are in your Queen of Cups energy. I feel like you're in an empowered energy. Okay. Okay, so this is what just came out. These two cards. So this one is Stewie saying, well, I'd love to stay in chat, but you're a total bitch. And then this one is a lyric card, but it came out in reverse, and the lyrics say, I believe in you, and you are my proof that everything gets better and that love can be true. I believe in you. And the back of it says, nothing you could say will change my mind. But this came out in the reverse. Okay, yeah. The missing puzzle piece that you need to be in your joy and like a more clear and healed space is coming to you. And I feel like it's not necessarily going to be something that you want to see or hear, but it's going to be something that actually, like right now, you might think there's nothing that could really change my love or my mind about someone. I feel like there is something that they can say, and they do say it, and your mind does change. You no longer see this person as, I don't know, it's harsh, as your proof that things can get better. And that's not saying that things can't get better. It's just that this person is not it. That's a pretty specific message. So that's the first week. The second week, the overall energy is the High Priestess. So you be knowing, you know all the things the second week. And it's because I think this has fallen into place and then like integrated. So something is able to really click the first week, that it's something that you need. Something that you might not want, but something that you need. That's the best way I can explain that. And your energy is the Page of Pentacles in reverse, the energy that you're mostly radiating towards the week here. So it's like, because you clearly intuitively see something, you're not offering any energy exchange, or you're not offering yourself towards an opportunity, is what that feels like. Let's clarify that Page of Pentacles in reverse. I want to see a little more about that. This card wants to come out. Okay, is that you? You're not caught in suspension anymore. And it's because there is no longer any illusion. Yeah. Okay, it's a bit of a message that is kind of hard, but it's nothing to actually be afraid of. You are gonna be faced with possibly like what you consider to be the worst case scenario in regards to something. It's like the thing you fear the most might happen. However, it's meant to, and it's gonna help you grow. I feel like it's just realizing that something can't be created or manifested here. And it's something that at one point you wanted to like scream from the rooftops, stand outside in the rain with your boombox over your head and proclaim like, I'm in forever. But whatever happens here, it's like you realize that would be a waste of what you have to offer. It's kind of like throwing pearls at swine, like throwing pearls into the pig pen and expecting them to understand what that is, the value in what you just offered them. Not to be super harsh, that's like a biblical reference that just came to mind, but it's like, the point is not that this person is a pig, but that what you have to give them is of such high value that they're not seeing it at all. They're just not comprehending what it actually is. And I think that's why it's not like a rejection of you. It's like they have no idea what that is. So yeah, they reject it with like not a second thought. And it has nothing to do with what you actually offered though. Okay, so at the bottom of the deck is the Ten of Pentacles, the Page of Cups, the Sun, the Five of Cups in reverse, Temperance, and the King of Pentacles. Wow. Well, it's so interesting because the second this piece falls into place, it's just like payout season, like money. The second that this is actually released, the block is removed. Whatever was holding this back from coming in. Because you're able to actually come out of a space of grief that's keeping you in an imbalanced place, and you regain your inner harmony and your power by extension. And this is what comes into you, and it's kind of like everything comes into you. Like, this is the most beautiful thing of all time. I see like ridiculous amounts of physical abundance and just you appreciating the beauty and the magic in the world around you. I see an unexpected offering of romance towards you, and it's very pure. It's very genuine. And I see you also being disarmed and in this place in your heart because you can actually trust this offering. The Sun. And the King of Pentacles. So it's like the juice is worth the squeeze here the next couple weeks. Are you going to go through something that is a little bit tough love from the universe, but also the answer that you need to be thrust into your greatest growth? Yes. There is some sort of fear that you're going to be facing head on here through some kind of encounter, but it really clears things up for you. And it's a gift, because what comes next is like the jackpot, essentially. So I love you so much. I know you know. But yes, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you for supporting with your super chat, my loves. And again, thanks you guys for hanging out. I love you so much. I'll talk to you again soon, okay? I'm going to put a poll up on my community tab and let you guys pick the topic of the next All Signs. So if you're interested in that, go over there. Probably not tonight, but maybe tomorrow it will be up, and you guys can vote on that, okay? But yes, I'm sending you all the good vibes for now. I hope that you're having a great Scorpio season. And I hope that you have a great Taurus full moon if I don't see you before the 15th. And yeah, until next time, you guys stay safe and well, okay? Mwah. Bye.